Now scream queen with a million smiles. Catching all the love from around the world. Whoa. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light? Shine your light in the darkest times. You make it bright, bright. Life stream dreams, we're all by your side, by your side. Keep on doing what you do, girl. You're one of a kind, one of a kind. Shelly, Shelly, you're our live stream star. Keep rocking your show, no matter where you are.
Hey, 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 Shelly from the block. Jersey girl with a mouth that won't stop, no, no. Sassy, and I'm not afraid to show it. Gonna spill the tea, you better be ready for it. I speak my mind, no filter inside. Shelly's in the house, talking trash and truth. No sugar-coated blues. Never leave, then get out the way. Jersey girl with something to say. Shelly's in the house, time to break the rules. From coast to the city, I'm the queen of cool. You can handle the heat, then take the high. Shelly's in the house, drop the mic.
Hey, Shelly in the house tonight. Living it up, feeling so right. Yeah. New Jersey girl, she's got that style. Live stream queen with a million smiles. And she know the love from around the world. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light? It's time to make it right. Live stream queens with a wayside. You do it when you're one of a kind. Shelly, Shelly, you're a live stream star. Keep rocking the show no matter where you are. Yeah.
Hello, my lovies. Happy Thursday. It is January 16th, 2025 at 12:03 p.m. on the lovely East Coast. I am coming to you from Pennsylvania, where it is still snowing. It is 22 degrees outside with a real feel of 11. And then this weekend, it's going to go down to minus 13. Joy. And it's not going to stop snowing for a very long time. So it is what it is. I'm Shelly, your mouthy mama at Talking Trash and Truths, and this is Coffee and Chaos with T3. That's me. We're going to be talking a little bit more about isolation like we were yesterday, if you caught the show. But first, I want to go and say hi to all my chatters, since I tend to get a little backlogged. So we have Wolfram dropping links like they're hot. He wipes his paws, lopes in, and there you go. That's our Wolfie. And then we have, who else came in here behind him? We got Captain Kern. Greetings, people. The third rock from the sun. Yeah, until they decide to not call us a rock and then we're some other weird name. And wouldn't it be funny if they deplanetized us? That'd be hilarious. Good morning, Cap. I hope you're doing well. We have Ellie Fun. Oh, you're up early, girl. I mean, for me, it's not early, but for you, it's pretty early. Good M to you, baby. Shanagram. We got her with her shenanigans. She likes to say fook a lot, in case you don't know. She said, Asta, folks. So how you doing, honey? Cool gamer. Good M to you. We got K Marshall in the house. How you doing, honey? I hope you enjoyed last night's show. You seem to. I know I did. It was, and then Winning and I wound up sitting up for a couple hours watching other alien stuff. It was hilarious. I was just sitting there going, "Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Oh, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ." More talk about New Jersey drones and stuff. It was ridiculous. He loves to this is why I don't sleep, because we watch these things and then I get fired up and then I fall asleep like 1, 2, 3, but I have dreams about this crap all night long. Although I did have another dream about the damn opossums. I woke up in my dream and there was like a whole bed, like a nest set up out of my mattress. I guess they tore up my mattress down by my feet and made themselves their own little bed, and there were little babies and everything. And I was not a happy person in my dream, not happy at all. But it is what it is. I woke up and who was sitting on my leg? The cat. So that's probably why I had the dream because she decided to crawl out, across my calf and like wrap herself around it. And I woke up thinking, oh, all right, that's why I had that dream. Ellie on the phone, you know what that means? That means she can't tag. Nanner, nanner, boo, boo, nanner, nanner, boo, boo. She can't tag. Let's see what else we got. There's lots of links. Thank you for putting up all those links. I very much appreciate it. Captain Kern, you know what's nuts? Yeah, nuts. It's 50 here in Eastern Colorado, but it's gonna be -10 by Sunday. Yep, that's what my weekend is looking like. Today it's supposed to hit a high of 27. Woohoo! Tomorrow might go up to like 35, which it will be nice because it's still snowing and it's still gonna be snowing. We're supposed to get anywhere from 3 to 6 inches. So it's, pretty much like dating. 3 to 6 inches at some point today. Uh, Captain a little backlog. Oh, you were an hour and a half, hour plus yesterday. That's nothing. You doubt my backlog ability? I could be back by like 2 hours and still catch up. Early girl, it's 11 a.m. here. Well, I gave you the benefit of the doubt. Lady Awesome, hello, 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 hello. I was giving you props, Ellie, but all right, fine. It's 11 o'clock, lazy thing. You should have been up at 5. What's wrong with you? Chop, chop, lollipop. All right. And Grand Risings, lady. That's from Wolfie. Hope everybody's doing well today. It's been a weird kind of week, hasn't it? I blinked and today is Thursday. It's like, what the hell happened? I could have sworn it was Saturday yesterday. It's just bizarre. When I want time to fly, it just creeps along, creeps along. But when you want like time to do things, it's just, I blink and I'm like the whole weekend is up, but I didn't do anything this week. I felt productive yesterday only because, we had winning stream in the morning, then my 5.5 hour stream. And then, I went over and hung out over by Cairns, and then I went and watched Winning Show last night. Then I watched like a bunch of stuff with him afterwards. And then I actually fell asleep. I felt like it was a productive day. In hindsight, all I really did was talk and watch TV. I mean, if you think about it. I don't want to put a negative spin on it though, because sometimes that's all I get to do. Um, one of the things I wanted to talk about with the isolation was I know you guys are used to me being here in a chat or on winning streams or in his chat or whatever. So it seems like this is my whole life, which at this point in time, it kind of is, but it didn't used to be like that. I was one of those people you could not pin down. Like, I had to have a cell phone because that was the only way you were gonna find out where the hell I was. Because I was never home. My kids were never home. Like, Katie was always doing something or, she was at my mother's. Connor had, he had his different extracurriculars. He had the after school stuff, and then he had karate, which when we went to MMA, because he was part of Tiger Schulman, um, we would get there at, like, 3:30, 4 o'clock every day. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Every day. And we would be there till 8, 9 o'clock at night. And then I would take him home, get him, get all his stuff ready for the next day. We, eat, take a bath, and I'd put him to bed. I'd go do my homework because I was in college at the time while I was working a full-time job, while I was raising 2 kids by myself. And like, I was always on the go. I used to sleep 3, maybe 4 hours a night. And then on the weekends, like, since I didn't have to work on Saturday or Sunday, I would go to sleep and, like, sleep for, like, 12 hours. And I had, I had work, I had school, I had the kids, I had all the extracurricular activities. I used to cook everything because and I used to bake all the time because, well, Sensei had a bit of a sweet tooth, and so he would say, "Shelly, can you make me cookies?" "Sure." "Shelly, can you make a pumpkin pie?" "Sure." "Shelly, you know those empanadas you make?" "Yeah." "What about them?" "The empanadas that take me forever to make because I have to make like 60 of them?" "Yeah." "What about them?" "Could you make me like a big container?" Not could you give me a couple. Could you make me a big container? Because let's face it, when people ask me for favors, they never go small. Never. It's always, "Oh, Shelly, I saw the PTO did this shit to me. Shelly, we have all these t-shirts for field day, but we want to kind of make them special." I was like, "Good for you." "Well, we saw your t-shirt." "Okay." "Well, you put your name on the back." "Mm-hmm." "In glitter." "Mm-hmm." "Well, we want that." "Good for you. Go buy glitter." Like, what the fuck? "Well, can you just do it for us?" Now, there's 3 PTO members that I knew. I was like, I had like a week to do it. I was like, "Oh, fine." This bitch brings in a box of t-shirts and a list of names to put on them with the sizes next to them so that I get the names on the right shirt. And I was like, "Are you kidding me?" And she was like, "What? How hard is it?" I said, "You better go to Michael's and get me some puffy glitter paint because I'm not doing all this shit by hand." Because I was doing it with glue and then putting it like I did with the Christmas stockings. And I was writing my name. The back of my shirt said I did mine and the teacher that I was with because I was a para at the time. And I put Miss Michelle on the back and I put hashtag Team Awesome because that's who we were. We were Team Awesome. Did I name us that? Fuck yeah, I did. Uh, and I did hers that say, G Fernandez and Team Awesome. And they brought me all these friggin' t-shirts. There were 50 t-shirts in that box. 50. She went to Michael's. She didn't even bother, like, asking me what color or whatever. She just went to Michael's. She bought me so many boxes of paint. And she was like, "I guess whatever you don't use, like, you could keep." I was like, "It's 50 shirts. You think there's gonna be any paint left? Because there's not." Like, all your names they're all Indian names. They're all long as fuck. Like, I'm not gonna have anything left. And this is gonna take, like, my entire day. And she was like, "Oh, it's fine. I already talked to Marty. He said that you can take the day to do it." I have a job to do, lady. Like, what the hell? And I don't mind, but her kid was in my class. So it's your kid that's suffering for your vanity. But all right, whatever. But I mean, this is the stuff that people used to get me to do. Instead of, "Oh, can you just do my shirt like real quiet?" No, here, bring me a box of 50 and then tell everybody that I did it so they can bring me their shit too. And I have a hard time saying no to people. I have a very, very hard time saying no to people. And so who got stuck for 2 days doing shirts? Me. So it's like, fine, whatever. And that was just the type of thing. And like Louis was the same sensei. When we went to Tiger Schulman, Connor's sensei was Louis Goodnight Gaudino. He was a UFC fighter. He had green hair, 5'3", and he taught me how to fight based on just my height. He was like, "You take down anybody." He's like, "I'm gonna teach you how to just hit and then run." And I was like, "All right." And the first time I hit him, he was like, god damn. I was like, "What?" "You hit like a man." I was like, "I'm sorry." It's like, "Who taught you how to punch?" "My father." "Well, how did he teach you?" I said, "He told me you don't punch the surface, you punch through it." And I was like, "Okay." And then my uncle backed that up and said, "If you're aiming at his chest or at his face, you're aiming at the wrong thing. Aim behind him and just hit until you hit behind him." And it was like, "Okay." I mean, I got really, good advice on fighting. I just didn't like to fight when I was younger. I was very what's the word I'm looking for? Chicken shit. That's the word I'm looking for. Chicken shit. So I didn't fight. I didn't fight till I was in my teens. But he used to ask me, "Yeah, can you make me a big thing of, empanadas?" Can one day he's like, "You know what I really want?" I was like, "Oh, here we go." He's like, "I want, it's not a steak. It's thicker than a steak, and you put it under the broiler." I was like, "A London broil?" "Yeah, that's it." He was like, "I want that with, like, mashed potatoes, but I want, like, homemade mashed potatoes." And I'm sitting there just looking at him, not saying a word, no facial expression because 'cause I'm waiting for it. And he was like, "And I want, like, green beans, like, with butter and, like, black pepper, like, but not that, like, shaky black pepper, like the cracked black pepper." And uh-huh, okay, and he's, like, describing this whole fucking meal. And I was like, "First of all, you're supposed to be cutting weight. That's number 1." I was like, "So you're not getting potatoes. That's not gonna happen." I was like, "But 2, why don't you just ask your, well, what does he call her? Your wife to make you a London bro." And he was just like, "'Cause my wife can't cook." I was like, "Why the fuck did you marry her?" "'Cause I loved her." Bullshit. I was I was like, "There's no way." It goes against everything I ever learned growing up. My grandmother, like, literally beat it into my head that you have to know how to cook. You have to know how to bake. It helps if you know how to bank too. You have to, know how to control the household and clean and get everything done. You have to be good with schedules. You have to be good with all different types of people. But no matter what, at the end of the day, if your husband is upset or hungry or whatever, you need to feed him and do whatever you can to make him happy because you're not doing your job. That was drilled into my head. You are a shit wife, basically, if you cannot bend to your husband's will on everything he needs, wants, or desires. That was her take on it. That's how I grew up. And then I meet all these females who never cooked a meal in their life. They burn water, and their men are just like, "Oh, here, honey, here's a new car. Oh, you don't like the car? Here, I got you a different car." And I'm just like, I'm doing something so wrong. You can't be earnest in this life. And I don't mean earnest with the big nose. I mean earnest as in real or like hard working. Because it don't get you anywhere. It really doesn't. I see these females that they play stupid. They're like, "Oh my god, like I don't understand. Could you explain it to me?" I hate those females. I can't. I can't. Like, I know so many of them. They drive me absolutely insane because I can't play stupid. I've tried it. Oh my god, the worst feeling in the world for me. I cannot play stupid. I cannot pretend like I need your help when I don't need your help. I don't ask for help when I actually need it. Why would I put on a persona where I have to actively ask for help that I don't even need? So that it just didn't work for me. But I knew a lot of females like that, and it drove me nuts. And I was friends with, quite a few of them because I'm an equal opportunity friend. But I used to tell them, "You make me crazy." Why? Because you don't know how to do anything. Like, why do you call me 50 times a day? Well, because I can just ask you how to do it. I'm not Google. I'm not Google. Just Google the damn thing. Like, stop calling me asking, "How do you get an old oil stain out of a bed spray?" "Do you know?" "Yeah, I know, but I don't wanna tell you. Go Google it." Like, what the fuck? You're interrupting my stuff. I'm busy, and I gotta, like, take care of you because 'cause you're brainless. Anyway, that was a squirrel that I didn't mean to make, but that that should tell you what today's gonna be like. Cause I slept. I slept 5 hours. Woohoo! But I woke up every hour and a half. Every hour and a half on the dot. I was like, "What is going on?" I was like, "This is not right." The last time I woke up, I just laid there for like a half an hour. I was like, "Fuck it. I'm not getting up." I refuse. Then my mother woke up and started banging around out there, and I had to get up. They're the rudest people. They really are. They don't care how loud they are, who's sleeping, but God forbid you even sneeze when they're sleeping. You gotta hear a 4-hour fucking lecture. Sorry, another just another thing that she likes to put on the plate. But, yeah, no, you could not pin me down. at all. I was always out. I was always cooking for this one, cooking for that one, decorating for this one, making balloon arches for this one's birthday. And then I still had a social life. Like I still had my friends. I went out every Friday night right after, well, every Friday afternoon, right after work, because my mother would pick Connor up and take him for, like a day or two. She very rarely kept him the whole weekend, but I'd get like one night where I could go out and, we'd go to the bar that was conveniently located right next to the school. Uh, it's- they got tons of business. Every Friday, we all just poured right out the school doors, right into the bar. And I'd hang out with my friends, I'd do whatever. But I mean, I was never home. And if I was home, I'd get that 11 o'clock phone call from my friend Rachel. I need to go down the shore. Why? Because I need to look at the ocean. Bitch, we live on the river. Look out the goddamn window. The Hudson Bay is right there. If you look to the left, there's the Hudson River. If you look in the middle, there's the Hudson Bay. If you look to the right, oh my God, what is all that blue shit? Oh, that's right. It's the fucking ocean. The ocean is right there. Why do we have to drive an hour and a half down the shore at 11 o'clock at night? Are you coming or not? Yeah, fine. I'll be ready in 5 minutes. It's like whatever. And we'd go out and I'd come home. Now Katie was what in her, I didn't start doing that till Katie was in her like probably early 20s. And Connor was already old enough to just stay with her. So I'd just go for a couple hours and we'd come home and I'd be up all night, fall asleep at like 4 in the morning, get up at 7, start again. Like that's just how it was. Um, but I mean, I was always active, always. I was here, running there, running there, running there, running there. I studied while I was at karate. I helped at karate. I took karate. I took fucking kickboxing because Louis insisted on me taking kickboxing. That was something else to add to the schedule. But I was never, ever, ever inactive. Sedentary was just not a thing for me. And so, when we were, I don't know, I think things were like winding down. It was a couple months before the pandemic hit. I went to my friend Ryan's house because he was having this party that he wanted to do like a dinner party for like, I think there was like 8 of us. And he had just moved to this really, really sketchy part of Jersey City. And he was like, "Couldn't you come, early in the morning? This way you can help me cook all day." I was like, "I'm coming to your party and I gotta help you." All right, fine. Because to be honest, I didn't trust him to cook by himself. Uh, and we were going there and I was going up the stairs and all of a sudden my knee just ripped. And I didn't say anything. And I was like, 'cause the staircase was super steep. It was a really, really old house. So it wasn't like a nice, like slow incline. This staircase, like if you fell down, you weren't gonna hit every step. You were gonna hit a step and then bounce off out the front door. Like it was really steep. And I had gone running up these stairs and heard I heard the muscle tear. And I was just like, "Oh my God." And it hurt so bad. And I was just like, "Mm." And I was like, he was like, "What's the matter with you?" I was like, Nothing. My knee's been hurting me." It hadn't, but I didn't want to say I was running up your stairs and I tore something. But I was like, I promised him I would help him today. I'll leave early night, whatever. And I did. I helped him cook. My knee was so swollen, I could barely get my jeans off when I got home. And it was bad. It was so bad. I went to the doctor, they did a X-ray and an MRI, and I tore my ACL and my meniscus on one knee, and he was just like, "You're not gonna get the surgery, right?" I was like, "I can't take off work because I needed to take off, like, 3 months for the whole thing because my knee was so fucked up." So we, like, we built me a nice, cast and everything else, a splint to put on. And then I took it home and I cut the splint up and I made it the way I needed it to be so it would be functional. Because of course I did. And then I didn't go back to the doctor about it. But I went to work with my note saying I wasn't allowed to walk on my leg much. So I spent, I don't know, a couple, maybe like 2 months sitting in my little rolly chair, literally rolling down the hallway because they wouldn't let me walk because I was a liability. I could walk, they wouldn't let me. And it was frustrating. Right after that, I started walking again, and that's when I got in the fight with that bitch that I said I wanted her to fall and break her face. So I went through that whole rigmarole. So I'm dealing with I've been taken out of the school that I've been in for like 7 years, taken away from all my kids. I was totally embarrassed. And I didn't have my extracurriculars at school to decorate and everything else anymore. And I didn't have Connor going to karate anymore because that had just ended because I might have done something I shouldn't have with senpai, one of the instructors, but whatever. Like it shit happens. But he got all like in his feelings about it, so we had to stop going there. Um, and Louis is still mad at me that I didn't go back. But anyway, um, I had afternoons free and I wasn't decorating for the school anymore. So I would just go home. And then they transferred me again the next year and the pandemic hit. And we thought 2 weeks. All right, 2 weeks. I was like, what the hell am I going to do at home for 2 weeks? Now, I had started getting used to staying home because I was home in the afternoons and everybody else was working or whatever. So it didn't bother me too much. And then when the pandemic hit, I was like, all right, 2 weeks, whatever. Everybody's freaking out over toilet paper and whatever. And it hit right before my birthday, 2.5 weeks before my birthday. But everybody was like, "Oh, you'll be back in school for your birthday. We're gonna have a party." Da 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 da. All right. Well, it didn't lift. They did not lift the lockdown. They extended it and said you won't be back until the new school year. Luckily, I got paid that entire time, but now I'm home and I was stuck home for my birthday, which I'm never home alone on my birthday. I haven't done that since I was married. Because he never was around to celebrate my birthday. He would always make sure he was either working or, "Oh, I got somebody to meet," or whatever. So he'd make me spend my birthday alone. That was one of his little mind games. Once I got divorced, I was like, "I am not spending my birthday alone anymore. It's just not gonna happen." It's the most depressing fucking thing in the world. And so every year from when I was 30 on, I went out for my birthday or people came over and we just hung out and talked, played cards, whatever. It didn't matter. I just wasn't alone. And that was my first birthday in like, I think 14 years? Was it no, 16 years. Was it no. Yeah, 16 years. My first birthday in 16 years that I spent alone. And my friends were good about it, like they weren't allowed to come up or whatever, but they'd be like, "All right, come down to the lobby." I'm outside the door watching the bag. There's a bag. So like somebody brought me a cake. Another, brought me chocolate covered, strawberries. Another brought, a lobster tail, and another brought, a big ass, T-bone steak. There was actually a pack of 3, and all that was, like, in different bags. They were coming throughout the day, and they were like, "You're not allowed to touch anything until, like, 6 o'clock, then you can cook," because that was when everybody would have dropped everything off, and I could just cook everything at once. It was nice, it was sweet, but it still felt lonely, 'cause they were on Zoom with me and stuff like that, but they weren't there. We weren't hugging, nobody was dancing, and it hit me really, really hard because I didn't realize how much I needed that social interaction because usually I avoid people. I'm always busy, but I avoid people. Like, I have 2 or 3 people in every place I go that I really like, and I tend to stick to them. And being home, it bothered me because I didn't have any work to do. I didn't have any decorating to do. There's only so much you can clean a freaking house. There's so many s there's only so many different ways you could make food that you've never made before. Like, my ex Billy, he was good at that. He would call up and be like, I'm gonna swing by. Can you throw me this out the window? I'll be like, really? Like he just wanted me to make him like dessert and shit. And that was when he was like, I really want apple turnovers. I was like, I don't know how to fucking make apple turnovers. He was like, what are you too stupid to learn? Oh, oh, I made him apple turnovers. I mastered that shit. But bro, like, and I threw it out the window, whatever. But it was all like I had so much time on my hands. I didn't know what to do with it. And so like, trials started, stuff like that. So I wound up watching like that kind of stuff. And I kind of got into YouTube, but I did more reading and like, watching movies and like I watched all the Supernatural like twice. If anybody watches Supernatural, that's a lot of seasons. But I had nothing to do. There's only so much you could do with the kids. They don't want to spend all their time with you. They had their friends online. They were used to that shit. I wasn't. I wasn't used to it. I was getting really, really depressed. And then like I would watch CNN a lot. I know, but don't forget, this is when I was a very staunch Democrat, only because I was told all my life I was a Democrat. I just if you're a Republican or if you vote for those people, you're greedy and you're all about money. And that's what my family told me. But if you care about the world and you care about people and you want to be a good person and then you have to vote Democrat. It was like, all right. So I just voted Democrat my whole life, except the 2016 election, which I voted for Trump because I am physically unable to vote for Hillary Clinton. I hate her. Um, but yeah, so I'm watching CNN and that damn ticker, the death toll count and the coof count, the constant scrolling, the tick it up, tick it up, tick it up, tick it up, tick it up. And I'm just sitting there and I'm listening to Cuomo make his speeches. And I felt like I was in this little room, and it should have been a padded room, all by myself. And I'm being literally attacked with this information. And I felt something I had not felt in a very long time. I became afraid. I was afraid not of the virus so much as passing the virus on to Katie because I didn't know how her body would handle it. I figured with me, it's probably going to be a cold. I don't give a fuck. Connor, probably a cold. Don't give a fuck. Katie, I don't know. And because there was so much unknown, the fear just kept ratcheting up and up and up and up to the point where I went to the grocery store that was downstairs across the street from my building. And my friend Alyssa came in and she goes, Shelly, and she came toward me with her arms out. And I not only cringed, I jumped back and I threw my hands up like I was going to hit her. And because I threw them up to block. And I was going to punch her if she tried to touch me. And she was like, what the fuck? And I looked at my fist and I was like, what am I doing? Like, what is going on with me? Because that's not me. I'm the hugger. That's why they do it. People, I have my friend Zakia that I used to work with. She's this very demure in her 60s Egyptian Muslim woman. Very no, don't touch me, don't da, 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 like no man is allowed to touch her or whatever. But with me, she could be, affectionate with me. She could be friendly with me. She could get the hugs and the oxytocin that she needed from me. And she would come barreling down the hallway, running. This woman with the scarf on her head and everything, running, and she would just jump onto me. And I'd be like, Jesus Christ. And it's a damn good thing that I did cheer for a while because I learned how to like hoist girls up and whatever. But this is what these bitches would do. G would do it too. She would stand on the shelving unit inside our classroom. And when I walked in the door, that the shelving unit is like to the side of the door so you don't see it. It's behind a closet. She would wait for me to walk past the closet to get to where my desk area was, and then she would jump on my back and say, "Come on, come on, come on, giddy up." And I'd be like, "You motherfucker." But she would do that all the time. She would stand somewhere and go, "Shelly, I'm gonna jump," and then she'd just jump, and I'd have to bolt across the fucking room to go catch her. because I would never let her fall. But this is what these girls used to do. And I was used to that. I was the affectionate one, like I was the one that they all felt comfortable with. I walked into Marty's office one day and this girl, Kelly, she's a teacher. She was standing there talking to him, arguing with him, screaming at him, da, 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 finger in his face and everything else. Meanwhile, it's summertime. This bitch is in yoga pants, a sports bra, and a tank top. And she's screaming at him, and her boobs are flying all over. And she was gorgeous. Don't get me wrong. She was fucking hot. And I walked in and I said, "Oh my God, your ass looks amazing in those pants." She instantly went from yelling at him to, "Oh my God, do you think so?" She's like, "Do you like it?" And she turned around and bent over. She's like, "Does it look good? Like, where does it look the best?" And I was like, "Right around here." She's like, "Where?" I was like, "Right around here." And I'm like pointing. She's like, "Just show me." So I smacked her ass. And she was like, "You're so funny, Shelly." She was like, "Okay, thank you for that." And she like bounced out of the room. And Marty's just looking at me. And I was like, "What?" And he's shaking his head. I was like, "What?" He goes, "The shit you get away with. I just want to be you for one day." I was like, "That shit happens all the time." I was like, "They come walking down the hallway backwards. They're like, 'I need a spanking.'" All right, whatever. And just give him a smack on the ass and then hee 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 hee. That little tee hee hee. It's like whatever. But that's what I was known for. I was the one that you went to get the hugs, get the ass slaps, get the, you're gonna sit on my lap and like I'll cut you an apple, whatever. Like it was weird, I know, but it was like this weird, like, you're my girl, but you're my mom, but you're my this, but like I fulfilled all the needs for like everybody. And don't think the guys weren't the same way. They didn't go around going, "Hey, spank me." But if I wanted to grab their ass, I grabbed their ass. Like it was just funny. There was nothing sexual about it. And they always felt good about it afterwards. And then my friend is in front of me and I have my fists up ready to punch her in her face because she wanted to hug me because she hadn't seen me in like 3, 4 weeks. And she lived across the street from me and still lived. She was like, "Oh, come over." Nope, nope, nope. Because she went to bars every night. Whether they were open or closed, she always went to a party somewhere. And I was afraid she would give me coof and I would give it to Katie. So I literally, like, I isolated more than anybody. I didn't let anybody in my house. If you wanted something, call me, tell me what it is. I'll leave it outside my door. You can pick it up. If you have something for me, drop it outside my door. Once you're gone, then I'll open the door and I'll sanitize it and bring it in. I was so paranoid because of Katie, because I just didn't want anything to happen to her. And I locked myself down. It affected me so badly mentally that after being like that for a year and a half, I was terrified to be near anybody. Anybody. I was so emotionally dysregulated. You could be like, "Hi, Shelly," and I just burst out crying for no reason. Or you'd be like, "Oh, your hair looks really good today." What? It didn't fucking look good yesterday, and I just start a fight. And I told my boy, I was like, "Charles, I think I'm going crazy." And he was like, he was like, "You're not the only one." He was like, "A lot of the teachers that taught remote came back like this." He was like, "And I don't understand it." I was like, "I don't like people anymore. Like the kids come near me and I back up. I've never done that ever." And he was like, "Yeah." He was like, "I don't know." He was like, "Maybe you should see a therapist." I was like, "I have a therapist. It's not helping. Not helping." She's like, "Oh, it'll pass in time." It did not pass in time. It didn't. It got worse. And when I got sick, there was a part of me when they said, "Oh, you're gonna lose a lot of mobility until we get this under control and, with the tremors and everything else." I was like, "Oh, all right. So I have to stay home." Okay. Took a leave of absence from work. Quite happy to do so because then I didn't have to be around people. Okay. I stayed home. And then I got worse because they made me go and get that booster. They were like, "You have to come back to work. You got to get the booster, whatever." I got the booster and then I couldn't do anything. That's when the lymphedema started and everything. And I was like, "Now I got to fucking retire from a job I love all because of this crap." And but there was a part of me that was really, really relieved that Alright, I could just be home and I don't have to see anybody. And I didn't realize at the time by doing that, I not only removed myself from them physically, like in the location, I stopped answering my phone. I stopped answering emails. I stopped answering texts. And then one day I looked at my phone and I was tired of hearing it do its little alert tones because everybody was like, "Why aren't you talking to me?" Da, 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 da. I flipped it onto silent, which I never did. I've owned so many phones, I never put them on silent because I answer quickly. I put that shit on silent and that was it. That's where it stayed. Because then I could just turn the phone over, push it in the corner, and I didn't have to worry about anything. I cut myself off from every single person that was important to me. Every one of them, except my 2 kids. I had the 2 kids, I had the 2 cats. That was it. I completely cut myself off and I submerged myself in YouTube. And I was like, "You know what? I can meet people through here and whatever." Granted, the people I met weren't the best. I mean, there were a lot of awesome fucking people, but there was a handful that I could have done without. At least 2 that I can name off the top of my head. But I went and I did that. I went from having a real life to a virtual life because it wasn't as scary for me. And if somebody pissed me off there, I didn't have to see them. I didn't have to deal with them. I could just block them and they were gone. It was like they never existed. That fucked me up. And coming on here and talking to you guys, I found a lot of people went through very similar experiences. I didn't think isolation was going to be so destructive to who I was, to my entire personality. I'd always thought of myself as an introvert because it takes a lot for me to push myself to be among people. Even back then, like I still, I knew I would be walking into a room full of people and it would take everything I had to step over that threshold because I would just be like, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. It's too much. It's like I don't want to talk to people, whatever. Because I was always afraid of, I don't know, criticism, rejection, whatever. Because that's what I grew up with. And I would go the other way. Instead of running away, I would, I told Winning this the other night, I would put my shoulders back, you know, head up, tits out, and I would walk in there and own that fucking room. Every room I walked into, I was the queen of that room. Every single time. I own that space. Even if you didn't want to pay attention to me, you paid attention to me. I didn't go over to other people. People came to me. I didn't go looking for conversations. Conversations came to me. Like that was just how it worked. And then it was all different. And then I didn't have the audacity that I had before. I didn't have um that ballsy quality. I was afraid. And rather than let them see me, 1, sick, which I didn't want them to see me that way, or 2, less than what I was, I cut everybody off. Everybody. Christine, Veronica, Zuma, Chunga, Manny, Rachel, friggin' every single friend I had, I cut off. They still all talk to me. They all text me, and if I answer them back, they're like, "Oh my god, you are alive, thank God." And I'm like, "Ugh." And then they wanna have a whole conversation. It's like, it takes a lot. I can come up here and talk to you guys for 6 hours straight and be absolutely fine. I could have a 10-minute conversation with my friend V, who I love with so much love. You have no idea how much I love this girl. Um, 10 minutes and I need a nap because I'm so emotionally drained. And I don't get why that happens. I tell you guys things that I never told them because they always saw me as this like strong go-to, that's mom. She knows it all. She knows everything, whatever. Like, I didn't tell them about any issues that I was having. I didn't tell them if I was having problems with Connor. I didn't tell them if I was having a health issue. I didn't tell them if I was, like strapped for money or whatever. I would just go out and get another fucking job. Like, that's just what I did. I never borrowed money from people. I never asked my mother, hey, can you help me with this bill or whatever? I would tell her, I'm short. I need you to send me whatever and then I'll pay you back or whatever. But I would go out and I would pick up extra tutoring jobs. I had kids come to my house that I would tutor 3, 4 times a week. I really don't know where I got the time from, but I would do it because I had bills to pay. The karate wasn't cheap. His uniform and all the knee pads and the mouth guards and the headgear and none of that was cheap. And then I had to do it. I was like, I'm not buying gear. And he was like, but you're gonna get hurt. I'll be fine. Like, let's just I didn't give a fuck. He wasn't kicking my shins, so it was like, just stay away from my legs and we're good. But I never thought that I would go from being this person who could do anything. And I believed that. I did. I honestly believed there was nothing in the world I couldn't do. Because every time somebody told me I couldn't do something, I would go out and I would conquer that bitch and own it. And I would be now the expert at doing that. Like, I became the master at doing that. I didn't just learn stuff. I learned it to the best of my ability every single time. You know, they told me I couldn't get a college degree while I was working and raising kids by myself. Okay. So I went back to college and I graduated with a 4.0 with a double major. So, fuck you. Like, don't tell me I can't do something. And somewhere in that isolation, I lost all my confidence. And I became this like emotional, insecure, unsure person that I couldn't even recognize. And I stayed that way for a really long time. And there were people on YouTube, on the internet, that took advantage of that because I was so not myself. I'm much more myself now. Now I'll tell you to go fuck yourself. I really don't care. Um, Before I would just block you. It was like you didn't exist. Now I tell you off, then I block you. No, I'm kidding. I only blocked 2 people on the internet. Literally, there's only 2 people. Um, but I don't think that we realize, I think the government and the people who orchestrated it realized, but I don't think as a populace, ordinary people, we realized just how detrimental isolation was gonna be, not just on us, but on the kids. Because now when I look back at it, I'm like, you have an entire generation that when they were babies, they didn't have any kinda, like, baby showers, they didn't have, christenings, they didn't have parties, they didn't have playmates unless they were their siblings, they didn't have first birthday parties with, like, the whole family. You had people who religiously ironically enough, who every single week went to mass. That was part of their routine for shit 30, 40, 50 years. And then all of a sudden they can't go. They had to stay home and watching it on TV or on the internet just wasn't the same. You don't get the same sense of community. You don't have that gathered strength and energy that you get when you go to mass with hundreds of other people who are all focused on the same thing as you. It's an experience every time you go. Even if you take it for granted and you're just so used to it, there's a feel to it that does something to you that you're just not gonna get watching something online. And I mean, they had that stripped away from them. You had parents going to hospitals and dying alone, and kids sitting home, like, grown adult children going, my mother and my father both died in the hospital. I couldn't be there. That's a guilt they had to live with, and it festers, it eats at you. And you're like, but why? I'm just sitting, and it's not like you were doing something, like you were out on vacation or whatever. You were literally sitting home obsessing on the fact that this person's in the hospital, this person is sick, I can't do this, I can't do that. It was a whole world of we changed from I can do whatever I want, my time is my own. I'm gonna, see this, I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna party, I'm gonna go back to school, I'm gonna do whatever. Like the world was ours. There was so much freedom and so much choice. And then all of a sudden we all went to jail. Every one of us went to jail. They had us so bad that we used to wait. In Hoboken, we waited for the hospital staff to get out so that we could go out our windows and bang on pots and pans and clap and yell and scream because at least it felt like we were doing something. Did we give a shit about what they were doing? No, but we were like, "Oh, it's something we can do. It's an activity." Like, go ahead, fall out the fucking window. Who cares? At least then maybe the fucking ambulance will come pick you up and somebody's gonna touch you for the first time in 6 months. Like, it was very frustrating and it was very depressing, and I, for one, was not ready for it. I was not ready for that change. I wasn't ready for my whole world to just shut down. And it wasn't like I could look out the window and see the hustle and bustle and still feel like, there was life going on. Everything was like a ghost town. You had everything was boarded up and nobody was opening restaurants. There were no taxis on the street. There were no cars on the street. Like there was nobody walking with a baby carriage. That I had a park right down the block from me. I used to hear the kids playing all the time. Nope. None of that sound. Everything was silent. It was silent and it was still and it was empty and it was terrifying. Because as much as they got me to be afraid of being near anybody or touching anything, God forbid you touch the mail because it might have coof on it. So you got to disinfect fucking everything. It was retarded. I went through all the different things trying to like appease that anxiety that kept growing and growing and growing. Every day something murder hornets and you have this and you have that and you have to spray your groceries and now you can't eat meat and now we have a run on toilet paper and we have that all this shit. It was just crisis after crisis after crisis to the point where I felt like I was in an abusive relationship. I had the same fear of going outside my door and turning on the TV as I had when I was a teenager and I had a boyfriend who literally beat me black and blue almost on a daily basis for years. Like he didn't even need to be mad to hit me. He just had to just look at me and all of a sudden I'd smile and be like, "What?" Because I'm trying to keep him happy because he's not going away. He lives in Hoboken. It's a mile square. I'm not escaping this motherfucker. And I feel like, "Hi, what's the matter? Like, you okay? What can I do? Like, you need something?" And he just, "No, I'm fine." Boom. And what the fuck was that for? I didn't like your attitude. Fuck. So no matter what I did, I was gonna get hit. I mean, that was getting hit was the least of it. I mean, the shit that he did to me over the years was just pure torture. And so getting hit was nothing. Like the only time if you hit my face now, you better hope you run a lot faster than me and I don't catch you. Because if I get my hands on you, you're dead. I I react very badly when somebody smacks my face or like punches my face. You could hit my body, whatever, it don't bother me. But there's an instant reaction if you touch my face. Oof. But I mean, it really I felt more afraid than I had that entire relationship. And we're talking about somebody who friggin', beat me, raped me, and like, beat me until I miscarried. Like, he was bad. He was psychotic, and I was not as afraid of him as I was of turning on that TV or walking out the door. Because at least with him, I knew what to expect. I could prepare for it. Every time I turned on that TV, it was a new hellish drama. Every time I walked out that door, I was afraid somebody was going to invade my personal space. I never in my life had personal space. Never. Everybody talks about their personal bubble. I didn't have one of those. I don't believe in personal bubbles. I am the person who will jump on your back, kiss your cheek and be like, "What are we doing? What are we doing today?" Just because you look like you needed a little pick me up. I will be the goofiest motherfucker, but no personal space. I will be nose to nose with you and be like, "Bitch, what? What?" And I'll just be smiling at your face like, "Ugh." Like that's just who I am, or at least it's who I was. And then I'm ready to punch one of my closest friends in the face because she tried to hug me. Like, how'd that switch come? I don't think we were ready. I really don't. I don't think we were ready. See, Cap, this is how I get an hour behind because I tell stories. Doo, 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 doo. Oh, now I gotta scroll all the fucking way back. Da, 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 da. But that's what I wanted to talk a little bit about today because I want to know, like, what did you guys go through with the isolation? Did it affect you? What were you like before? Was it easy for you to slip back into your old way of life, or have you noticed that some things they never came back? They I don't know if it was just that I chose to not do them again or if they just went away. I can't imagine going to a mall right now and just go shopping. Like I used to like to take my son to the mall. We just walk around. We'd go get some, like, Annie's pretzel bits, and then we'd sit and watch, like, the boats on the river or whatever out one of the they had, like, tons of viewing spaces in the back of the mall because it was, like, right on the river, and, like, we'd go there, we'd go to Spencer Gifts and, like, look at all the wacky, like, T-shirts and, we'd go through all, like, the mugs and the pins and everything because he loved that shit, and he knew he wasn't allowed in the back section of the store because he wandered back there once and he was like, "Oh my god." I was like, "Get out of there." And he was like, "I don't ever want to go back there again." I was like, "Good, you go buy the t-shirts. I'm going back there. I'll be out in like 5 minutes." But he's just laugh. But we like doing that kind of stuff. I used to love going, to parks with him. Once he stopped jumping off shit, like once he got a little older. When he was younger, his grandfather had to take him. I couldn't do it. Because he would give me a heart attack. But we stopped going to parks. We stopped going to like these arcade restaurants. He used to love Dave and Buster's. He fucking loved Dave and Buster's. We used to go to the indoor amusement parks where you do like laser tag and you could, do the go-karts going around and bumper cars and tons of video games and there was one that had an obstacle course that was like attached to the ceiling where they harness you in. He and I used to love doing shit like that. We went to so many of those, and after the lockdown, we didn't do any of it. Granted, I was sick, but he didn't even wanna go. He very rarely wants to go anywhere. He's content to be in the house most of the time. Katie is too, and I'm like, "No, you guys need to get out and, like, live your lives." And I tried telling them that. I was like, I'm sick now. I said, "I don't want you to think of it in a bad way." I was like, "But if something was to happen to me, I have no regrets." I I literally overstuffed my life with memories. Like, I lived my life. I didn't waste any of it. I wasted time on certain people, but even those I chalked up to experience and, whatever, and I got good things out of them. But, like my kids. But I don't have any regrets. Like, there's some people like, "Oh, I have so much, life that I wanted to live and I didn't do it." There wasn't anything that I wanted to do that I didn't do. They don't have that. They don't have that experience of getting out there or whatever, and they don't want it. I don't understand that. But it's true. It's a whole generation. It's like, "Oh, we get to stay home and do nothing?" Okay. That would have drove me crazy as a kid. I couldn't do nothing. As an adult, I couldn't do nothing. I had to always be busy. And I'm a multitasker. I have to do more than one thing at a time. Like, I'm just good at juggling. And that went away too. I don't think they've ever felt that, my kids. They've never had the drive that I had. It's I don't know, maybe I made life too easy on them or maybe I don't know. I don't know. But once that pandemic hit, everything changed and nothing went back to the way it was. You call up your favorite restaurant because everybody's opening up, they're closed, they're not reopening. Why? Well, they either couldn't pay the rent or they died. Okay. You know, go to a certain store, closed. Why is it closed? They're not accepting any customers. But the lockdown was lifted. Yes, but they have their own set of rules. But you can call it in and they'll bring it out to the car. The fuck? I wanna go shopping. I don't wanna just do a pickup. Like, all the joy had gone out of, like, the things that I normally did. Things I really, like, enjoyed. I don't love shopping, but if you bring me to, like, Walmart or, like, Big Lot and I'm in that kinda mood, I'll spend hours just walking up and down the aisles just looking at all the different stuff, and I'll leave with a lot of it, but I'll spend my time doing that. There was no more doing that. There was no more going into crowds, no more concerts. We used to have tons of free concerts in the park. Tons and tons of people would show up. We would have, local politicians would, because they wanted our votes, would put on parties by the waterfront, right by my house. Free beer, free hot dogs, free hamburgers, free whatever, free pretzels, tons of good music, dancing, like t-shirts and hats and pins and, stuff for the kids. There would be like stuffed animals or there would be like, little jump ropes that, like all like set up. They'd give you a bag and you put like all the goodies in the bag. They did this all the time. No more. No more. Night out in the park where the cops and the firemen set up all their tables and everything else, and you take the kids around the whole park and you go table to table and you get like all these freebie things that say Hoboken Fire Department, Hoboken Police. You sign them up for whatever watch thing they have so that they, you update their information so that they always have like the child's file at the police department updated. They had, special, like, autism sections where you could say, "Well, this my son has da 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 da," and they would write it all down, and they would keep a special file so that if they had to ever deal with him or if they if he was lost or whatever, they'd have everything. Because we were a really small town, and so they were really personalized, and I mean, I went to high school with all these guys. All that stuff, that stopped. Art in the park, that stopped. That never came back. Like, everything that was for the kids, everything that the adults enjoyed, it was just gone, and everybody was angry. I used to be able to walk down the street in Hoboken and never be afraid, whatever. Like, of my exes, sure, but they weren't coming after me. But for, like, the last 20 years, I would walk down the street and be fine. I could go out at night. I could take Connor, "You wanna go for a walk? I know it's dark out, but let's just walk by the river," and be completely safe. Because there were tons of other people that were walking up and down the waterfront because we have a pathway, and it was a main attraction in town, and we'd go look at the New York lights and stuff like that. All of a sudden, nope, because whenever you went out, you got hit, you got mugged, you got harassed, you got people trying to hit you with cars because 'cause they're not paying attention because 'cause they're in a rush to get somewhere, like, nobody paying attention to lights anymore. It was just weird, it was so aggressive. and I just didn't wanna go out anymore. Like, it was hard enough for me to walk, but to walk and be afraid, like, if they came after me, I couldn't run anywhere. What was I gonna do? So I wound up staying home completely, and so did everybody else. It's only the last maybe 2 years that people really started going out again in Hoboken, and only in the past, like, 1 year where they're actively, like, having group meets and stuff like that, like the Music and Arts Festival finally came back. But, like, your towns, how much did they change? Your life, how much did your life, your schedule change? Because I feel like I need to mourn almost my old life because I wasn't ready for it to change so dramatically, and yet it did, and it never went back. Am I alone in that? Like, did you guys go through it? Anyway, think about that and answer while I try to catch up to an hour and 10 minutes. No, it's only 58 minutes. Haha. Jenny, I'm such a spoiled brat. I'll have 61 and 64 degrees. I'm freezing already. Oh no. Yeah, but when you're used to the warm weather, cold weather is like, oh no. Mm-mm. Last said, I have an older brother, and thanks to him, I have never been scared to get hit. I can take a hit. Yep. And then watch out because I will fight back to the end. That's the whole thing. Even in like my condition, like with my knees the way they are, it doesn't matter. If I get my hand on you, you ain't going anywhere. And I guarantee I could punch a hell of a lot harder than most, even with the reduced muscle strength, which people should be happy that I have the reduced muscle strength, but adrenaline restores me really quickly. A bar near a school is such a weird concept anywhere I've lived. We had listen, Hoboken has the most bars per, like, square footage, I believe, than anywhere else in the United States. Or it might have been outdone now, but we had literally it was bar, store, bar, restaurant, store, bar. Like, you cannot go down 1 block without hitting a bar in the whole damn town, not just the main strip, I'm talking the whole town. Uh, but yeah, it was the Shepherd and the Knucklehead that was right next to the school. Jesus. Well, we had a choice. We could go either to the left and go to the Shepherd, or we go to the right and go to the Irish bar that I don't remember the name of because they changed it like 9,000 times. But I didn't like going there because a lot of the teachers that were kind of frou-frou went over there, and they were the superintendent's little kiss asses. So whatever we did was going to make its way back to the superintendent, and nobody wants that shit. So we'd go to the bar, and they had a back area that was all like couches and tables, and it was dark. And it was perfect for our needs because we didn't want anybody to see us. And we could be as loud as we wanted because we were a loud crew, the Hoboken Whisper. But I don't know. Every school I worked in had a bar literally like right across the street. And yeah, hey y'all, out of chat on treadmill, kill me. No, no. You just keep walking, honey. You keep doing that thing. Good on you. And if you're a real friend, you can go and put an extra 5 minutes in for me. There you go. Oh, yay, clap. Good for you. I didn't you? Oh, lass, you're so sweet. Heidi, what's up? Heidi, Heidi, Heidi ho. Coming in late, tons of snafus this morning, playing in chipmunk speed to catch up. I wouldn't worry about it. I'm just bullshitting. I mean, I'm talking about isolation, but I'm very off today, and I'm very, very tired. Very tired. Kay said, "Get my coffee back in a sec." All righty. Ouch. Chipmunk speed is fun. See you live soon. uh, yes, K Marshall, join me. I'm drinking coffee too. I finished my mushroom coffee before I started the stream. It really is good. I don't know why I like it so much. But I usually do like half. I do a cup of the mushroom coffee, and then I add some regular coffee to it because I need a kick. Otherwise, I'm not gonna. My eyes will not stay open. And then I add some creamer, and it's beautiful. Teacher drinking buds reminds me of my mom and her teacher friends' wine nights every so often. Oh yeah, we had a thing in my house. They used to love to make me read their tarot cards. And they, "Can I come over? Can you come read my cards?" I never did tarot card readings that were like 5 minutes, 10 minutes. No, they were like 3 hours, 4 hours, kinda like my streams. And they're how much is it? I don't charge for tarot card readings. No, you have to I don't charge for readings. I mean, if I charge you for a reading, I'm gonna have to pay for it times 3. Like, I can't. And I wasn't that hard up for fucking money anyway. "I gotta give you something." "Fine, bring wine." And they would bring wine, and we'd just get drunk and do tarot cards for like 3 hours. By the way, 1 glass of wine is enough to make me drunk. I'm such a lightweight when it comes to wine. I could drink as many beers as you want and nothing happens. But hard liquor or wine, forget it. Such a lightweight. CNN equals fear porn. Yep, it sure did. They fucked me up. It was bad. It was so bad. Ellie, yay, Shelly's a hugger. I love to hug. I give booby hugs. I mean, no matter what kind, unless I'm gonna hug you like behind me, in which case you get an ass hug. But no, like I love hugging. I do. It bothered me that I wouldn't, and I still, even knowing that like I was in the wrong and I was being retarded, like I still was. She was like, "I just want to." No, I was like, "You stay the fuck over there." She was like, "What is wrong with you?" I was like, "I just don't want to be touched. Just don't come near me." She's like, "Oh my god, you're actually afraid of this stupid, like, virus." I was like, "Yeah." Mind you, this girl knew more about the virus and wasn't afraid of it at all and whatever. She was very, very based when it came to that. She was so smart about it, and yet this is the one who took the fentanyl that I had to stay up for hours and try to keep her alive because we were in lockdown. It was just like, because, "Oh, well, they gave me a pill." "Well, what did they tell you what it was?" "No, I just took it." "Oh my god." Like, she's the one who's now at a rehab after many, many years of going to work high as fuck, um, because they finally couldn't take it anymore. So she fucked up, like, her entire life, spent all her money, her dog died because she didn't get him the surgery because she used the donation money for drugs. Like, drugs just killed this girl's life, but yet she was smarter about coof than I was. So see, some people have strengths in weird areas. Um, there are pitfalls to isolation, I guess, if it stops you from living other areas of life. There are a lot. Hi, Toy. How are you? There are a lot of pitfalls to isolation, and most of them are emotional and psychological. Uh, I'm just trying to catch up a little bit before I address that. God did not intend on us living alone and separate. It's true. Lady said I'm a virtual hugger. I hand out virtual hugs, but not in real life. No, see, I do both. I love hugging people, even virtually. I just sometimes I just want to like, oh, I want to scoop them up. But no, in real life, like I'm the first one. I have to touch. I'm very tactile. So like I'll walk past my son. I can't walk past my son without ruffling his hair. I walk past my mother. I put my hand on her shoulder as I walk past. If I'm walking past my daughter, I'll push her head forward and make her laugh. It's just who I am. Like if my son is sitting, all of a sudden he has this, mom shaped like spider monkey on his back, and I'm just like, "What are you doing?" And he's just like, "Why are you on me?" I'm like, "What? You look like you needed like, hugs. This is a hug." Uh-huh. Like, and he's just like, "All right, whatever." And it always makes him happy. He'll be walking past, I'm like, "Ah, ah," and I put out the gimme hands. Gimme, gimme, gimme. I'm like a toddler. My arms go up and I'm like, "Meow, meow, I want huggies. I want huggies." And he's like, "Ugh." But he's big smile on his face. He can go from being angry to super happy in a heartbeat. All I gotta do is say, "I need a hug," and he's like, "From me? Only from you, okay?" And he comes out and then the big fucking smile. Because I hug him, I hug him, then I do the raspberry on his cheek every time, never fails. And he lets me. He One day I didn't do it, and he like hesitated to pull away, and I was like, "What?" He was like, "You didn't do it." I was like, "Well, I didn't want to be like predictable." He was like, "Oh," and then I grabbed that all over his face, and he was just like, "All right, I feel better." I was like, "All right," I'm glad. But I mean, I made my kids like that. My mother's not like that. She doesn't touch. She doesn't. I love you. None of that. She never did. I'm not that way. I'm the one that if you sit on the couch and I sit next to you, there's not going to be space between us. There's just not. And if I think you're in a bad mood, not only am I not going to put space between us, I'm going to burrow under your fucking arm, smile up at you like the entire time, throw my legs over yours and be like, "Hey, what you doing?" Yeah, because I just won't let you be in that headspace. And I will use touch to bring you out of it every single time. I like doing that. That's just who I am. So for me to react that way to her really threw me off. Ellie said, "I hug in real life, but only if I've known you a long time, and I hug all my family." Yep. Hey, Kay Marshall's back with her coffee. Yummy, yummy. So I said, "What freaks people out, friends, put your hand where someone is going to sit down, they sit on your hand and then flex." See, my friends would not be weirded out by that. They just wouldn't. Jesus, we were at the bar and it was Manny, G, me, Charles, and Marty. And we're sitting there and she's going on and on and on about whatever. And I don't know, something came. The guys are like looking at her and like she was wearing a really low cut shirt and everything. And I was sitting not next to her, I was sitting to her right, but like facing her like perpendicular. And she's going on and on and on and on and on. And Manny's looking at her like he's just got heart eyes at this point. I was just like, "Oh dear God." And he's like sitting there drooling or whatever. And I was just like, "Mm." And he looked at me and he was like, "It would be great." I was like, "I'm not doing that." And he was because I knew exactly what he was thinking. And he was like, "Oh, come on." I was like, "No, I'm not doing that." And he was like, "Fine." And I was just like, and the look of disappointment on his face, I was like, "Fuck it." And I reached over, I was like, "Sorry, Jake." I grabbed her by the back of the head. I pulled her phone and I kissed her like hard. And I kissed her for a little bit. And then I just threw her back in her seat and I sat back and I was like, "Meh." And she was stunned. They were all dead silent. He looked like shocked and then like a kid who was told Toys R Us is yours. Go nuts. Like he was so happy. And she was just like, "Oh my God, what just happened?" And I was like, "Yeah, right?" And she's like, "I don't feel like I brought my best." I was like, "You really didn't." I was like, "But that's all right. I caught you by surprise. You get a freebie." Like that was basically like, "Yeah, all right." Like she was like, "Wow, you can kiss." I was like, "Yeah, I know." I was like, "It's all right." And the guys were just like, "I can't believe you did that." I was like, "Why?" Typical of me to do. Like that was a typical me thing to do. And they were just like, "Oh my God. Oh my God, I can't believe you did that. I hate you so much." It was and she was just like, "Huh. Someday we're gonna have to try that again." I was like, "Yeah, I don't think so." I was like, "I really didn't do it for me." I was like, "You really didn't." And she was just like, she was devastated. She was like, "I can't believe you did that, and it sucked. Like I sucked." I was like, "I know." I was like, "It's all right." I was like, "It wasn't bad." I was like, "It just, it wasn't your best. I think you're capable of more." But I mean, I do shit like that. I only do it though to people that I know are going to be receptive to it. Like she had never like made out with a girl or whatever, but I knew she was curious and it was like whatever. And we'd known each other for so many years. It was like whatever. Like just do it. And yeah. satisfied my curiosity too, because I was like, yeah, no, she's not all that she pretends to be. Because she used to like wax poetic out and everything else. Hmm. You could talk about sex all you want. It doesn't do nothing for me if I'm not already like attracted to you or with you. Like you could try to determine it ain't gonna work. I can pretend it does. I make people think that they make me melt. They don't. But I know how to play the part. Hell, I did it for a living. Like I literally would answer the phone and you would think that you were like my world. Like, no. I don't know if I can really do that anymore. I don't know. I'm too one person minded now. But yeah, no. So my friends, it would take an extreme thing to shock them. It would. It would take an extreme thing. I mean, Alyssa walked down the hallway one day. She was just having a bad day. I'm walking with the principal, with Marty. There were no kids in the hallway. She was walking toward us. We were walking the other way. And she just walked up to me. She was like, I just need this. And she just put her hands on my boobs and started like rubbing it, insert like wax on, wax on. And I'm just looking at her. And then she like bounced them and she's like, all right, I feel better now. And she walked away. And I just kept walking. I was like, all right, that happened. And I just kept walking. And Marty's walking next to me going, unreal. You are unreal. I didn't do anything. I was walking, talking to you. He was like, it's like I wasn't even here. Which for Marty is not normal because Marty is very good looking. And he was always the star football player, the star baseball player, head of athletics. He was the principal. He's this giant fucking dude who like everybody wants to be friends with, and everybody's like, "Oh, Marty," and I'm just like, "Shimmy," because I didn't insult him. I don't give a fuck. Like he was my friend. What the hell do I have to be nice to him for? I was nice in dealing with everything he had to go through. So like, I think I'm being pretty nice. Yeah, I'm gonna call you insults because that's what we do. He was the one who was like, Shelly is so Hoboken with her not for nothing. He was like, that's the most Hoboken thing ever. I was like, shut the fuck up. Not for nothing. Not for nothing. And he was like, not for nothing. He was like, oh God. He used to love hearing that shit. He would come in and be like, so Hoboken. Yeah, so Hoboken. But he was not used to being ignored. And people used to ignore him all the time when I was there. And he'd be like, it's like I don't even exist. Nope. Nope. No. When it's me and you in the same room, I'm the one with the magic, not you. He hated that. It amused him, but he also hated it. But you got me talking about freaking making out with G, and now I'm like my head is in a different place. But yeah, no, they expect the unexpected from me. At least I get part of what you're saying. Flex your hand and they jump. It's awesome. When I leave a family or close friend's house, I'll hug because I'm leaving. Otherwise, don't touch me. Aw, lass. Aw. So I said to lady, even if I can't read, I can't talk. I told you today is going to be a shit show. Um, so la carissa. That lady, me too. And even then, I might skip the hugs. Aw, I have relatives that do that. They hate the goodbye hug, so they're just like, "Oh, let me bring this out to the car," and then they never come back. Elifa, I have autoimmune issues and am immunocompromised and immunosuppressed. I was scared until I prayed hard about everything. I did try to not do too much different for my kids. Yeah, I mean, your kids were little though, right? It had to be harder for them, but I mean, maybe they're did they have too much of an understanding of why are we staying home? You also had land and stuff too that you can go out, like if you wanted to go on the porch or whatever. I envied people who had their own houses because you did have a little bit more freedom. You had the front yard, you had the backyard. I was stuck in an apartment, and that apartment was getting smaller every day, because it was just like there's nothing else to do. So I'd clean and I'd start like organizing stuff, and then I'd get bored and I'd stop. and then that's all that stuff is just sitting there, and I'd leave it there for, like, a month. Cause where was I going? I started to really not care about what my house looked like because nobody was coming over. I wasn't hosting any dinner parties, I wasn't, hosting game night. Nobody was coming over to, like, watch Game of Thrones marathons and sleep over or whatever. Like, nobody was coming to my house. What did it matter what my house looked like? What did it matter about anything anymore? Because there was nobody to interact with. Nobody was watching. I had 0 people to be accountable to for months and months and months. When you have that much free time and nothing to do, you will drive yourself insane, and I became so apathetic that nothing brought me any kinda joy anymore. Nothing. I went, like, 2 years where nothing made me happy. Not my kids, not cooking good food, not, like, a good movie or a good TV show. Like, jokes fell flat. I didn't even watch comedians. I stopped listening to music for the longest. I stopped reading. I would just sit there and just watch a YouTube video and be like, whatever." The Johnny Depp trial woke me up quite a bit. And then I really, really started to come back to life when I was listening to Ricada's streams at night. I don't know what it was about him, but he energized me. And he started putting these ideas in my head that, hey, you have all this stuff that you can talk about. Why don't you go on YouTube and be a streamer? Be a content creator. Go on there, tell them the things that you go through. And I was like, I could do that. And they're not talking back at me either. Like, I could just go make videos and put them out and forget about them. And that's what I had started doing. I didn't do lives. I would just go do videos about stupid shit. And I would just put them out and be, all right, it was something to do. But it started getting me like more into the creator part of YouTube and then visiting chats for different people and, waking up in odd places and hearing this, avatar talking about narcissism. Like the these are all the things that led up to that. I fell asleep in Joe's chat and woke up in um he who shall not be named, but in that chat. But I used to listen to Nick like through the whole trial. I loved Emily. I was a staunch Emily D. Baker supporter. I was with her most of the day. But then she would go to sleep at night and then I would play Nick's thing because I liked his takes. And then he stopped talking so much about the trial and then he would go into his own show and talk about him and talk about like you can do this and you can, and he was very motivational. I was very inspired by him. And I wouldn't be here talking to you guys like the way I am if it wasn't for him constantly encouraging to do that. Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. It'll be good for you. It'll be good for you. And I don't know, like that makes me sad to think about that because I'm a lot happier. I'm a lot better. I'm a lot healthier and I'm much more content in life because I have you guys. Because he pushed me to do this, because he inspired me to do this. And he's at a completely different place now than he was. It makes me really sad. It breaks my heart. It really does. Because I owe him so much. Or at least I feel like I owe him so much. He tells me I don't owe him anything, but I feel like I owe him so much, which is why I'm still loyal to the jackass. But yeah, it was so different for us. Like everything was just bland. Like there was no happiness to be had. I've known a lot of trials in my life. I've known a lot of sorrow, despair, pain. I never had a lack of joy, though. And at that point in life, it seemed like there was no joy left in the world. Everybody was just angry or scared or, like suspicious. The trust had gone out of the world. And it was terrible. It was absolutely terrible. I made sure to not read the news, keep things as normal as possible, but I did hand wash, sanitize more, and only mask when the doc offices made me. Yeah. No, I literally had CNN on like at least 12 to 18 hours a day. Like I would sit there and on my phone I would pull up that constant counter of like world deaths and everything else and who's number 1 in, like world deaths and it was horrible because it became an obsession. It was all I had to focus on. I had nothing else. I had no work. I had nothing. It was weird. Uh, Last said, at Toy, I use my kids to look preoccupied because I don't make my kids hug people either. You're so funny. Ellie said, I taught my kids to not hug strangers and that if they don't want to be touched, to tell people. Yeah, my son does that. Katie's a hugger, so she doesn't care. She'll grab you and you ain't going anywhere. But Connor's just like, he's a hugger, but if he doesn't like you, he'll tell you, I don't want you to hug me. And I'll be like, "No," like, he did it with my uncle. I was like, "Go hug Uncle Tom," because I was, like, terrified I was gonna get yelled at because my son wouldn't hug him. And he was like, "I don't wanna hug him." And my uncle said, "He doesn't have to." I was like, "Yes, he does." And he was like, "No, I'm not hugging him. I don't like him. He made you cry." And that was the end of that conversation because it was like, like, don't not like him because of how he treated me. But that doesn't fly with my son. My son's like, "I don't care how nice he is to me. He made you cry on Mother's Day. I don't like him." To this day, he won't even, like, say hello to my uncle. He's like, "I have no time for him." He really doesn't. Like, don't piss my son off because he can hold a grudge unlike anybody I have ever met. I can hold a grudge sometimes, but for the most part, if you're in front of me, I'm gonna forgive you because I just that's just me. I know, I'm a sap. Autoimmune and did similar here, Ellie. But it wasn't even my autoimmune stuff that worried me. I was only worried about what I could give to Katie because she can't take medicine like anybody else. Like her body and her brain misinterpret different medications. You never know how it's going to affect her. And I wasn't going to let her get the shot when we got the shot. I was like, nope, she never got vaccinated. Nope, not at all. We got vaccinated to protect her because that's what they told us we should do. They convinced us the only way she's gonna be safe is if you too are vaccinated. Okay. And then I had to get the vaccination to go back to work, and then they made me get the fucking booster. And it was like, because I couldn't do without the money. I could not miss a paycheck. Couldn't. And that's what they were threatening to withhold. Uh, Lady said, I hug my kids and they hug all over me when they want, but when they want. I don't make them show affection if they don't feel it. Yeah, it's the same. It's just my son is just a hugger. Captain Karen said, I was an extrovert for 40 plus years. My medical conditions have made me an introvert. I wonder if that is what plays into it. Like, do you feel like the people that you knew would somehow see you differently? Because that's my thing. Like, I don't like being weak. I don't like appearing weak. And I feel like because I'm not the literal powerhouse I was when they all knew me, that I don't want them to see me like this. Like, I want them to remember me the way I was. I don't want them to be like, "Oh, her hands shake," or, like, She hasn't seen the sun in 2 years. But, I avoid them for that reason, because I'm not who I was, and I don't wanna disappoint anybody. Same here when mom was home last. Nice. At high school, Toy said at high school graduation bachelorette, we all hugged. Wow, some guys knew how to hug. One popular guy, unattractive, hugged so amazingly. I get why he had attractive girlfriends. There's such a thing as sexy ugly. Gary Oldman is sexy ugly. Uh, Alan Rickman was sexy ugly. Like, these are not your cookie cutter model type guys that you'd be like, "Oh my god, he's so hot." But they are sinfully attractive. Um, I was always an introvert trying to be an extrovert for my older kids, lady. I get that. God, you were that one at the PTO meetings and everything that the mothers would try to talk to, and you'd just be like, "No, no." Like, you'd be, "Hi, please," and in your head, you're like, "Please don't come talk to me, please, hi, how you doing?" Like, that was me. Mhm. I hated going to any kind of, parent function. I hated it. 'Cause, "Oh my god, you're Connor's mom." Nobody knew my name for, like, years. I was either Katie's mom or Connor's mom, or Hank's granddaughter, or Marianne's daughter. Like, my name didn't matter, and it was fine. I was fine with that. Ellie said, "I actually got sepsis during COVID." Oh my god. Had it for almost a year, was horrible, was on so many meds, had to get blood tests often, and have to go to a cardiologist to get my heart tested in various ways. See, that was after COVID, after the lockdown, I had to go through all that. But that sucks, man. Sepsis is the worst. You just be passing out all over the place, getting fevers for no fucking reason, constantly nauseous. Uh, Congratulations. Hug for T3 in chat. Aw, I would booby hug all of you. T3, I did that, but mine started in 2016, so COVID isolation was great. Sorry for everybody else, especially the kids. Yeah, it sucked. That whole lockdown sucked. Les said, since I've been with my husband, he appreciates that I try to make our home slow paced and peaceful. No one is punching a time clock here, so I don't have to pretend to be an extrovert anymore, and I'm happier. And see, that's why I do like my life right now, because I don't have to set an alarm for anything. The only thing that I absolutely have to show up for at a certain time is my show and winning show. That's it. Everything else is like, yeah, I feel like doing that. Let me go do that. Or no, I don't feel like I'm just gonna take a nap. Like, I like that my time is my time. And I will now give it to the people I think deserve it. I don't just let people eat up all my time anymore. Like, if you're getting in my face or you're pissing me off or whatever, I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna go. And then what? I'm gonna go. Why? Because I don't want to be here right now. There's something else that I want to do more. And I'm getting irritated. So just let me go away and I'll come back later. Maybe. Like, just give me some time. I don't have a problem saying I need my space right now, because I need my space now more than I ever did before. I didn't I didn't always have the need to recharge like I do now. Sometimes I'll do too many streams, or like I'll do too many chats and I'll become overwhelmed and I just have to unplug from the world for a couple hours. And I'll either go to sleep, or I'll, go cook something for the kids and for everybody else, or I will literally just sit here and play puzzle games for like 2, 3 hours and not listen to anything. I don't look at my phone. I don't have Discord on, nothing. That's how I recharge. Um, but it's nice to be able to call your own shots in your own life, and I miss that. I did it before, but I always did it at a fast pace to get everything in. And now I'm just like, I spent all that time doing all that stuff. What did it get me? I spent less time with my kids. I spent less time on myself, and I wasn't dealing with any of my issues. So they were kind of like substitutes or distractions from dealing with the things I didn't want to deal with, which were my traumas. That's why they were there for so long. Oh, that's so cool. I love it. I'm happy for you, Lady Autumn. Absolutely. Absolutely. In Jersey, everything is really, really fast paced. Really, really fast paced, especially in Hoboken because they have that New York City mentality. So everybody's always in a rush. And it gets really, really stressful because somebody's always yelling at you to do something faster. I need it now. I needed it yesterday. Blah, blah, blah. Whatever. Lady Awesome said when 2020 happened, the only thing that changed was my oldest moved home and I had all 5 of my kids under one roof. Aw. I realized how introverted I really was, and the rest of the world was just catching up. Mhm. Yeah. Honestly, I thought I wouldn't be affected. I just thought, "All right, I'll just sit home and just I'll do all my crafts and do whatever." It just didn't work that way. Um, I just got too sick too quick. I know 3 people who died from COVID. One was my uncle, who was a healthy military man. He was only 48. The other 2 were best friends. One of them was family friend's fiance, and his best man, best friend right before his wedding. Oh, no. A week or so before his wedding. Oh. She said, "It's okay, moles suck now." I lost a lot of people to COVID. I don't know that it was COVID that did it to them or the treatment for COVID that did it to them, but yeah, they all got coof and were gone. That dude that I was dating, Artie, I remember he called me the night before he died. You know, I talked to him on the phone. He was fine. He had a little cough, but that was about it. And he was like, I don't know, my chest hurts a little bit. And then the next day, like, he was just gone. I was devastated. I was like, what the fuck just happened? Yeah, it was I still like even now I'm like, but he was only what? He was 14 years older than me. 14 years older than me. That's it. And he was just gone. It was the oddest thing. Both of Tommy's parents, within 2 weeks of each other, gone. I mean, these were people who beat so many different kinds of cancer and everything else, and then they get a cold and they're gone. Like, what the fuck? Ellie said, "It's okay, malls suck now anyway, people just shop on Amazon." And that's the thing, I became proficient at online shopping. I didn't do that shit before, I used to go to the store. I liked going to the store. Now, you couldn't pay me to go to the store. Lady Autumn. Oh my gosh, snow, ice just fell off my roof, hit my concrete driveway outside my bedroom, and startled me. And we won't discuss how I jumped. And for a minute, I was like, "Hell." I was ready to see if my doorbell needed to be loaded. Girl, stop. That happens here because we have the sloped roofs. So when the snow gets to be too much, it'll slide, 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 and then all of a sudden it'll fall right outside my window, and I'm like, "Motherfucker," because it only happens, like, in the middle of the morning, like, around 10:30, 11 o'clock, and I'll be, like, just getting up and getting ready or whatever, and all of a sudden, bada boom! It's like, "Son of a bitch." And, of course, the cat takes off, and the other cat takes off. Still better than listening to these critters in the wall. At this point, I'm just gonna name them because 'cause I'm so used to them. I just hope they stay on that side. No fun about being startled. I love being startled. I love to scare the shit out of people. I told you I used to jump out of closets at my ex-husband. Because 'cause I'd love to see him jump and go, "Ah!" He had such a girly fucking scream, it was ridiculous. He used to get so mad at me. My nephews are the same. Video games are their lives. Yep. Food shortages became a norm. What's up with that? Shipping times, air travel is a mess. I haven't even thought about traveling. What's the point? My husband is working and the kids are napping, so for a split second, I was like, "Oh, okay, no worries." Oh, no. Well, get yourself a nice drink of water or something, calm down. Go have a whatever you're gonna do. Oh, Grimmy was here like 40 minutes ago. I guarantee he's not still here. Hi, Grimmy. Drivers are worse? I wouldn't know. Are they really worse, though? I tend to think they were always kinda bad. Maybe now they're just more aggressive. Heidi, I rarely go on walks without one of my bigger of my 3 dogs since then. Yeah. My bad neighborhood and surrounding area got worse, and more weirdos are out. That's the thing, like, you don't know. People look normal, and then they're all fucking weird and, like, they start screaming for no goddamn reason. It's like, "What is wrong with you?" I feel like everybody's walking around with, like, mental health issues. Captain Kern, don't mind me, I'm here, but working on my customer law GPT AI for my YouTube friends to use for research. Nice. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. For my custom I think that's how I took it. Anyway, that's awesome. Yeah, tell me what that's about. Lady Awesome said, I used to be like that. I wouldn't charge for card readings. I don't think it's right to charge for card readings. If somebody wants to donate, that's one thing, but to charge, custom for customers works too. There you go. The only one in the past 7 years came to money is a form of energy, and I'm giving my energy. So yeah, I make money now. Okay. So only in the past 7 year, oh, only in the past 7 years, you money is a form of energy. You take the money now. Oh, so what you're saying is you're giving them your energy so they can. It's an exchange. Yeah, it's just I have a lot of bad luck when I get paid for my readings, like really bad luck. And whatever money I take in, it goes out extra. Something unexpected will come up, and I have to pay more than I got paid. When I read somebody else's card, I take donations. I don't charge. There you go. T3, do you have a lot of cancer in your birth chart? Your mama bear and hug. What's your moon and rising? I have no idea. Winning is the one who he did my chart way back when we first met, and I don't remember what the hell it was. um, I don't remember. I was so like, I can't believe this dude is doing a chart on me. Um, which is not something that he did for a lot of people. But I never got into that. I don't know why. I just never did. Um, when mine were home, I made a point to use a hug or touch on the shoulder or back too. Yeah. My kids just like I just want them to know that affection is a good thing. They didn't grow up with the bad memories that I did. So I think I touch so much because I don't want to let that fear that I had as a kid of being touched to ever affect me. Like, I don't want it to deny me anything. So I don't let it I kinda overdo. But I don't see it as a violation, but I do respect people's boundaries. I know who I can get in their face and who I can't. Christine was one of those people who was just like, "Don't touch me," but she didn't mean it, and I knew she didn't mean it. And I would be like, "Come on." And she'd be like, "Don't you dare, I swear to God, I'll knock you." And I'd be like, "Uh-huh, whatever." And I'd just jump on her. And she'd be like, "God damn it." But then she'd walk away happy. But she just couldn't. give herself permission to enjoy, like, contact with other people. She had her walls up, but they didn't do her any good, so I just ignored them. Because when you're best friends with somebody like that, you know what they need better than they do. Let's face it. And that's kinda your job. It's your job to be there for them, um, to get them out of their heads. So I said I had a gal friend that would reach over in the car and grab your boobs just to check to make sure they're safe. So awkward. Yeah, see, that's something that people would do to me. It was never awkward for me because I literally, like, I am so easygoing when it comes to that kind of stuff. I don't even care. Like, people do stuff, and I'm just like, "The hell?" And they're like, "You don't mind, right?" I'm like, "I don't mind. I didn't tell you you could. I mean, I don't mind, but that's not going anywhere. You know that, right?" Yeah. Okay. As long as we're set. As long as you both know, like, we both know this is not a thing. This is just I just felt like doing it. All right, I get that. Oh, Shelly, Big Lots is going out of business. I know, I heard. I really liked Big Lots. I started shopping there in Kansas. They had some great clearance stuff in Kansas, where I got, like, all our comforters and everything else for, like, $10 a piece. They were phenomenal. Same here. We have 2 locations in city proper and many in my county. I went to check out the discounts when I borrowed mom's car. Only 5 to 30% off some items aren't even discounted yet. Oh, that sucks. Why is that? Why, if you talk about sex, do people think you're desperate for some or hinting? I unalived the chat. No, you didn't. Um, what do you mean? If you talk about sex, do people think that you're desperate for some or hinting? Well, I mean, it depends on, I guess, how you talk about it and the frequency that you talk about it. Like, people know that my first instinct is to go straight to the gutter with my brain. Like, it's like I said, I grew up in a gas station surrounded by truckers and firemen and cops. Like, and I grew up in bars. Like, my family owned tons of taverns. These are not the type of people who don't tell dirty jokes. So, of course, in order to understand them and anticipate them, my brain got wired to automatically go to the sexual innuendo. Always see the sex aspect first. So when I talk, like, I don't have any shame when it comes to talking. I will say anything. No, it's a word. Words don't do anything for me. They really don't. Like, I mean, I can't say they don't do anything. I'm not afraid of words. I'm just not. Like, there are some people that, like, they're like, "Oh my god, I can't say that." I'll say it. Tell me. Whisper it in my ear. I'll say it out loud. I don't give a fuck. Because I really don't. What other people perceive about me usually doesn't bother me. You usually are gonna perceive me whatever way I want you to perceive me, if that's, like, the relationship that we have. Here, I get to be more myself, and I get to peel back all the layers, and you get to see all the crap that's underneath. Um, but you're not gonna show up on my door and be like, going around my town saying, "This girl's this girl's that." Like, there's no fear at all with me. But I have always gone for the dirty joke, the innuendo, for the like, to the point where I don't have to say anything, I don't have to do anything. Somebody will say something, and they'll just, like, point at me and go, "Don't say it. Don't I know what you're thinking, don't say it." I'm like, "I don't know what you're talking about. Like, you have a dirty mind, not me." Like, and that makes me laugh. It does, it tickles me. But it's normal for me to talk about sex. If I'm talking about, like, tits or whatever, blowjobs. It doesn't matter. Nobody thinks, "Oh my god, she's so horny, she's so desperate." They just think, "Oh my god, she's so degenerate." Like her fucking brain. But that's me. It's part of my personality. When you have somebody who's usually kind of, straight laced, they're a little reserved or whatever, and then they start talking about sex, you'll wonder why. Because you're like, wait, this is different from your norm. Like, you're stepping out of bounds. I don't have boundaries. Like, you don't know what to expect from me, so you expect anything from me. That's the beauty of it. I'm not gonna shock you because you're just like fucking Shelly. Like, because you're just used to me doing whatever. Whatever pops into my head, that's what I do. There are some people like that just don't do that. And they have very defined boundaries. So when they step outside that box, people are like, "Oh, they right away ascribe some type of, like, condition to them. Oh, she's depressed, or, oh, she's horny, or, oh, she's this, or, oh, she's trying to get over her ex, or, oh, our relationship's on the rocks," or whatever. Like, and then there's the ones that project. It's not because you're talking about sex that they think you're desperate. It's you're talking about sex and you've made them realize how desperate they are, and they're hoping they have a shot with you. And they take advantage of what they perceive as an opportunity. Wolfram said that's my multitasking. 2020 sports were gone. Yes, that was another thing. We used to love going to football games, like the local football games. I always supported like all the Hoboken teams. So we went to so many games. And I mean the little league field too was right down the block from me. So we would go and watch little league games all the time. Because there were kids that I knew. They were kids I taught. They'd get all excited. Oh, Miss Michelle's here. You know, and then it just stopped. And they didn't start it up for like an additional 2 years. And I mean, Hoboken is all about football and baseball. Like, that is the heart of that town. Sports is where it's at. We are the Red Wings. Like, that's not a Hoboken Red Wing, like, for the town. That's the high school mascot. And once you're a Red Wing, you're always a Red Wing. And I do know what Red Wing is also standing for in urban language or whatever. But that was our mascot. Um, Sports was everything, and then all of a sudden, we didn't have that. And that really damaged a lot of the community. It did because you had parents who were used to doing everything together because their lives revolved around their kids' sports careers. Because these kids usually went on to careers in these sports. Like we had so many that like went off and they did like um we had a couple that made it to the NFL and a couple that made it to the big league, but not enough that I can actually remember their fucking names because it was before I finished high school. But we had a lot that went to like, the lower leagues, like smaller things, not NFL, but like right under. And they made a lot of money doing it. They also came back and coached our kids. So it was always this huge thing in town. And then it was just gone. These people, they were losing connections left and right. They were afraid to, take the kids out on the field. The kids were like used to running around. They went from being these super lean kind of muscle bound, 16, 17, 18-year-old to like doughy, lazy things that I don't want to go to scrimmage. I don't want to go to practice. I don't want to do this. Like they became so whiny because they got used to sitting on their asses at home. I have a headache. I'm going to try and only listen. I'm sorry. My voice cannot be helping. Um, I hope you feel better, lady. Was it the shock or were you getting a headache? Maybe it was the coffee. If you're cutting back on your caffeine or if you cut out any types of sugars, you could be getting a headache from that. Um, shenanigram. Oh my God, why did it just jump? Stop it. The coof didn't change my life much, but I did stop being queen of the museum house. I now know I don't have guests, so now I don't clean it for anybody but me. Yeah, And that you totally get what I mean, but I was like, "There's nobody coming here. Why am I bothering to, like, pick everything up?" I let my house get so untidy for so long that when I did clean it, it took me, like, 2 weeks to clean everything to my satisfaction because I was so low on energy, it took me 10 times longer to do the tiniest thing. But, yeah, I let it go way too long, and it was actually adding to my depression. Uh EDB is cool. Her chat is mean. Yeah, I didn't pay attention to her chat. Lawn Lumber is cool. His chat is cringe, or it was. Yeah, I didn't pay attention to his chat either. I would go watch his show, but I would go in through Ian's chat. Uh, Sending healing vibes to Lady Autumn. You guys are so awesome. That was from Wolfram. Shanigram. When Nick took turns that I couldn't handle, you know I turned Nick's channel off. Uh-huh. The beginning of the end of Nick. Yeah, I know. I know. He was really inspirational for me, though. He was life-changing for me at a point where I didn't want life anymore. I had no joy in life, so I didn't see the point in waking up anymore. I really didn't. I had nothing to get up for. My kids were self-sufficient for the most part. They were off doing their own thing. They didn't have time for me. They were in the house, but in their rooms. I was stuck in the fucking living room. And it was just too much. It was too much. His shows, they stopped me from doing stupid shit quite a few times. And it was almost like he knew. That was when I started talking to him. I started just texting him about my day or what was on my mind or, what I liked about his show. And it took him a while, and then one day I just stopped texting him and he was like, "Where'd you go?" I was like, "Oh shit, I didn't even know you read these." And he was like, "Yeah, where'd you go? You stopped talking to me." I was like, he was like, "I know I haven't answered you." He was like, "I was trying to." But he was like, I didn't realize like he was literally reading my posts like every day, like because I would DM him on Instagram. And he was reading them every day and he got used to me being there every day. And then I just didn't. I just stopped. And he was like, "Ooh, where'd you go? Like, what happened? What's going on?" And that's when we started like talking back and forth. That's when the friendship started. And it was funny because it was like, boom. It was the weirdest thing. It was just like we'd never met or anything, and it was just like we just knew one another. And he knew instinctually that he could trust me, which was nice, except I tell him all the time, "You trust the wrong people now." "I know, shut up." It's like, but Nick is who Nick is. He's thick-headed. So, but he did a lot for me when I couldn't find that anywhere else. I found that in his show, in his words, in the things that he talked about. So, regardless of what came after, I can never not appreciate him for what I gained from him. At T3, that sucks, COVID for you. I know, COVID did suck. And I didn't have it. I didn't get coof until last Christmas. Not this Christmas that just passed, the Christmas before. I had none of it. None of my kids had it. I didn't have it. And I was teaching in schools and stuff, and still nothing. So when you're gonna get it, you're gonna get it. Who gave it to me? My mother, of course. I never made my kids hug anybody partly because of my childhood. Yeah, no, I won't make them. I tried, like I said, that one time, and he was just like, "No," he shut me right down, and I never tried again. During that time, my kids were pre-K and kindergarten age. Oh, like all my kids, my school kids. We lived in the suburbs in a rental house. I saved up a ton of money, which worked out. Our landlord raised the rent 800 on a rent renew. What the hell? On a rent renew during COVID, I told them that we weren't from California and that we were moving out. Excuse me, we're not from California. Go fuck yourself. We bought a house in the country after that. Aw. See, so things did work out for you. That's awesome. Kern said, they do see me differently. They don't understand as there's no outward injury for them to see. Yeah, and see, that's the thing. Like, I could say I'm tired, and they'd be like, "Well, you've always been tired because you're always doing something." I'm like, "No, I'm not tired from constantly. I'm tired." Like, I have to think about how I'm going to do things because sometimes my arms are like limp noodles. I have no strength. If I have a flare up, my shoulders, the joints in my shoulders, they get so swollen, I can't move my arms without wanting to cry. Like my mother the other day, she was bitching about, "Oh, my feet hurt me." And she was like, "You just don't understand what it's like to be in pain." I swear to God, I could have strung her up. I was like, "I don't know what it's like to be in pain." Why? Because I don't sit here and bitch and moan and cry like you do. Like I'm in pain literally 24/7. There is never a moment in my day where I am not in excruciating fucking pain. Somewhere, either my shoulder, my hip, my knee, my head, my stomach. Like, it does not fucking matter. I am always in pain because it migrates. It's whatever body part has the most pain, that's the one that wins for the day. You know, sometimes just my skin hurts. She doesn't get it. I'm like, she said, "Well, you don't say anything." No, because then I would be crying all day long. I want to still live a life. I'm not going to let that pain conquer me. What are you fucking nuts? If I could go to school with black eyes and a broken nose, trust me, I can fucking do the laundry with a bum shoulder. Like, I'm not going to let it stop me. Does it slow me down? Yeah, a lot, but not as much as it did. Not as much as it did. I was trying to say my kids had activities. They had homeschool groups, swim lessons, library groups, church activities that were Sunday to Friday, literally almost every day. They were told, and I think they understood, they were told AD. They were told, and I think they understood a bit. Okay, wait, I gotta go to your next one because it's kind of continued. Monday was homeschool group, Tuesday STEM club, Wednesday read with the service dog. Aw, Thursday STEM club, Friday swim lessons, Sunday school, sometimes Saturday church activities. So that's a nice little like thing. It was a lot of change moving from the suburbs around Austin to the country in bumfuck nowhere. But I'm glad we did. I'm glad you did too. Because you always sound happy, Ellie, even when you're, going through something or you're upset or somebody's like stressing you out, you still always sound happy. Like you guys don't understand that I read tone into your texts. I don't have to hear your voice to know the tone of what you're typing. So like if somebody comes in and they say something and I go, "Are you okay?" They're like, "Why? Are you okay?" "Well, yeah, it's been a weird day." "Okay, but you're okay?" "Yeah, thanks for asking." "Okay, just making sure." Because it's just something instinctual when I know somebody's upset or if I know that they're happy. Like I always know when that Lass is like a little exasperated with like the world at large, but she's such a badass that she's always ready to like conquer. Always. She's like, No, see, you ain't beating me." Like, cause she's had those people that tried to push her down, and she just can't be pushed down anymore. And when people attempt it, it bothers her. And she rises back up. She gets, she puts on that hardness for like a half a second, and then she goes right back to being, you know, the sweet like earth mother that I see her as. Like that's just who she is. Same with Ellie. When Ellie comes in, I always can tell if she comes in like smiling or if she's like not in the best of places or if she's a little like overwhelmed with other things and just coming here for an escape or going to Winnings for an escape. Like, I can tell. I won't tell you that I can tell, but, like, I can usually tell, and I might give you a little more sass, or I might be a little gentler. I know when people are curious and they're afraid to ask, I can hear it in the way that they're formulating their sentences. And T-Rex, I mean, all T-Rex has to say usually is like, "Hey, how you doing?" And I know by his greeting how he's feeling, because that it's important to me to know what you guys are going through, to know if I should be a little bit easier on, like, the innuendo today because somebody's feeling a little off and it might set them off, or if I have to be a little bit more inspirational talk because somebody's feeling down and needs that little boost. If somebody needs a little bit more, just camaraderie, just that thread of friendship to be just made a little bit stronger today because they're lacking a connection to somebody, or they're afraid, or they're just feeling down and they're trying to hide it. Like, I know a lot of that stuff. Do I know it every time? No, I'm not, omniscient. But for the most part, I can pick up on all your moods. And it distracts my brain so thoroughly that it makes whatever I'm going through so much easier to deal with, because then I can compartmentalize. Then I have a whole list of, I got to take care of these people. I got to do this, 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 this. And then at the end, I go, oh, I have some time left. Oh, me. Let's take care of me now. And because I did the good thing, I took care of everybody else. Now I get to take care of me. That's like my reward. I know it's weird and it's a fucked up way of thinking, but that's how I am. So I said at T3, I was thinking about something similar. When people knew you a certain way, is it best to cut them off and fly away? Or keep them on the sidelines of your life and do your thing? Do past people hold you back in a sense? Okay, so I've changed many, many times through my life. I've constantly had to reinvent myself because a lot of tragic shit fucking happens. Um, when tragedy strikes you and when you're like traumatized and stuff like that, you're not the same person. So trying to live the same kind of life, it's a lot more trouble than it's worth. And it doesn't work out and you just wind up wasting time. And I tend to not want to do that. So I've walked away from quite a few friendships, but I didn't end them. So they'd be like, "Where'd you go? Like, I know you were going through something, then you just disappeared." I was just done for then. Like, I just needed a break. And they get that. Like, my friends all know that. They know that, yes, I could be there for 8 years in a row every fucking day, and then something will happen and I got to go for like a week or a month or a year. Christine and I have been the best of friends since I'm 18 years old. Tommy and I, best of friends, 18, no, 17 years old. What was I saying? It was right before my 17th birthday, so technically I was 16. But it was like a week before my fucking birthday. Um, V and I have been friends for over a decade. Zoom and I have been friends for over a decade, but we've known each other since we were, really young. These are people that I will stop talking to for a while, and I get busy doing other things. And then once in a while, either I'll reach out because they try to wait for me to do it, but waiting for me to do it, you'll wait forever. They'll throw like, something out and see if I respond. And if I don't, they'll just try again later. But they know it's not that I don't love them. It's not that I don't want them in my life. I can't because I'm trying to do something and I can't do that and pay attention to them the way I want to. So if I'm only going to half-ass it, I would rather not do it at all. And they know that about me. I don't like phoning it in. I'm either all in or I'm out and wait until I have the energy to come back and throw myself back in the way I was. So I don't feel like they hold me back, but I feel like I hold me back for them. So we've learned over the years to just let go for a while. And I try to tell, they're like, oh, well, you just disappeared. I'm like, I didn't tell you I needed a break. No, you didn't tell me. I figured it out, but you didn't tell me. My bad. That was my bad. I said it in my head. I do that a lot. Um, but I didn't feel like they held me back. I didn't want to be in their world if I couldn't give them everything I had. Because that way always led to like arguments, misunderstandings, like resentment. That's how you kill friendships, by only going half in. Like if you're really friends with somebody, if you and them have an understanding of one another and you love one another, you can tell them, I got to go for a while. Like, and they'll get it. They'll be like, "All right, I'll be here when you're ready." And there's no animosity and there's no resentment. Nothing is, fermenting in their brains. Oh, this bitch hasn't talked to me, whatever. As soon as we meet back up and they hear like a certain tone, we jump right back in. Like not one day has gone by. So yeah, no, I don't feel like they ever held me back. I feel more like they learned to interpret my absence as something I needed for me rather than a slight against them. So it didn't hurt their feelings. They just knew that if I was with them, like when I'm going through this really bad whatever, they're not going to enjoy it either. So just let me do my thing. And then when I come back, I'll be better. You get what I'm saying? Because I'm a horror to deal with when I'm going through something. I won't even like let winning like I'll talk to him after once I've gotten control of myself. Once I've gotten a handle on even why I'm upset. But if I'm like really, really in a dark kind of place without danger of like hurting myself, but I can't talk about it right now. Like I will tell him I can't. I want to talk to you about it. I can't. Like I just need a little while. Like I need tonight or I need a couple hours. If I feel better in a little bit, I'll hit you up. And he's like, "Okay." He never takes it personally. It's not that he doesn't care. He obviously does. But he's not going to make me behave in a way that's not going to help me. He accepts that I have a certain way of doing things. I accept that he has a certain way of doing things. My friends were the same way. Like, but yeah, sometimes they gotta fall off a little bit. V, she bitches all the time. She's like, I feel like I haven't seen you in like years because you haven't. Because you haven't seen she before I left Hoboken, she was like, I really want to take you out before you leave. I was like, then I'm not going to tell you when I'm leaving. And that's exactly what I did because they all wanted to go out before I left. And I was like, no, I'm not in that mental place. I can't do that. Like, if we went out, it would literally be just for you, and I would suffer the entire time. And it would just be way too stressful for me. It would have probably made me sick. But they get that. They do. They understand it now. It took them a while, though. It took them a while of realizing, oh, she's not mad at me. She just needs to go. Like, this is her. This is in her head. Like, all right, so I'll just be here when she's ready. And it works. That's why I have the friends that I have. Heidi said, at Captain Kern, in some ways, I assimilate that remark. Trying to explain the hidden disabilities or help to normies can be tough and frustrating. Yep. Because if you're smiling and you look happy and you can like walk, even if it's not your normal, speed or gait or whatever, like they're just like, oh, she's fine. No, I'm not fine. You have no idea how on fire my nerves are right now. Like my muscles are literally just killing me with pain. But what am I gonna do? Sit here and like just Like, that's not, no. I cry from emotion. I don't cry from pain. I used to. I used to. But I had to get it under control. Uh, and in all honesty, compared to the pain I felt the first time I went into the hospital, I can take anything now. But it bothers me that people are like, "You look fine." That's nice. You look sickly, like, yet you're healthy, and I look healthy, yet I'm sickly. So there you go. We're both sides of the coin. Uh, that's like when somebody says, "Oh, you look so sweet. I'm surprised you're so like, you know, sassy." I look so sweet. Okay. Like, you look so fucking beautiful on the outside. How come you're so ugly on the inside? Like, I couldn't tell. I hate when people say shit like that. Like, they love to assume they know what's going on inside. Physically, emotionally, mentally, it doesn't matter. Just by viewing the outside, judging the book by its cover. And I mean, how many times do you have to be told not to? And then you try to explain it and you're just like, "Oh my god, there's a lot wrong with me." It feels almost like you're exaggerating and yet you're leaving shit out. I know, Ellie, I know you do it. I'm sure Cap does it. When people are like, "You okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, my shoulder hurts a little bit." Because I don't want to get into the list of things that are going wrong with my body today. I just don't. So it's just like, can we not concentrate on that? You're just like, "Oh yeah," you throw them a bone. You throw them like the one thing. They're like, "Oh yeah, my shoulder hurts. My shoulder hurts and I couldn't eat this and this made me sick and I feel like I'm gonna this and da 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 da." Like your brain is like, "Bitch, there's more wrong with you," and you're just like, "Shh." Just tell them the one thing and then that's fine. Just to raise their awareness that you're not on the top of your game. But you don't want to sit there and like list your maladies. I mean, Jesus. Half of us would still be here tomorrow listing them. Um, Cap, I missed your comment. That would be difficult. How discouraging and heartbreaking. It's true. People judge you. They judge you. You look fine. Well, you look like an asshole. Oh, wait, that's true. Ellie fine. It was a lot of. Oh, we did that. I did that one. Heidi said, "Toy, I didn't homeschool my kids, but during COVID, they were virtual only when they had questions. Otherwise, they had paper packets to do because of certain circumstances and my education. I had to limit virtual. My kids were in high school during COVID. Ah, there we go. Yeah, I get that. You do have to limit the virtual because they see everything that goes on in the house. As a teacher who did virtual, like, remote was the worst experience sometimes because I got to see the living conditions of my students, and that's heartbreaking. Seeing how some of them lived, it was heartbreaking. Just the lack of parenting, the lack of care, the lack of concern for their own children, the lack of interaction. They'd forget that the kid is on the thing, and they'd come in and start screaming at them at the top of their lungs, and I'm like, "I can hear you." "Oh, Miss Michelle." Yeah, no, don't Miss Michelle me. Like, you need to not do that again, because if you do, I'm gonna report you. Like, I would have to stop it right there. And yeah, there's a lot of stuff that goes on with the remote teaching that the teachers become privy to that they never knew before. And then there's no rules for that stuff because there's no precedent. Like, we were literally flying by the seat of our pants, like, we were making it up as we were going along because there were no protocols for any of this in place. None of it. Like, what do I do when I see 2 parents in the background smoking a L while their kids, learning about red, green, blue? Like, how does this happen? Like, I can see you. How do you stop a kid from dragging the whole laptop into their parents' bed, throwing back the covers, and their parents are butt ass naked? Other than, "Oh my god, close it, because now everybody has seen it. All the kids, everybody. How do you control stuff like that? We had no idea what to do because it had never been done before. Now everybody's like, "Oh, yeah, we got that." No, now you have every kid in the entire school system on laptops. These are children walking around with laptops 24 fucking 7. All their things are on lap they don't half of them forget how to hold a pencil because they don't have to. I hate it. I hate that they put computers in these kids' hands because if technology ever goes down, they can't fucking function. I know 5th graders who can't write their name. It's sad. It's really sad because they were just learning and then they went into lockdown, then it was remote, and then they came back and it's all computers and now they don't know how to use a fucking pen. They know how to color, but to like write letters and stuff, nope, nope. They type fast as fuck though. I don't mind them having computer skills. I think it's necessary in today's world, but they have to have old world skills too because technology depends on other things like electricity. You might not always have that. And these kids, they refuse to learn any other way. They're just like, "No, you gave it to us. You told us go on the computer. We're not getting notebooks." They don't have notebooks because they type everything. It's bizarre. And it really is. It breaks my heart because they're losing out on so much. Ugh. I told y'all I'm tired. When I hang up here, I'm definitely taking a nap because my head is really starting to hurt. I've always homeschooled since my kids were born. I have a variety background and I've taught various age groups. Yes, Ellie is very, very good at a lot of things. Ellie reminds me a lot of me. Um, her, me, last like when we first met, one of the first things that struck me was I was like, "Oh, these 2 are badasses. They're like me. They're real soft and squishy inside and all grr on the outside, and they're the ones that are gonna be kicking ass and taking names, like me." And that was why I was always happy whenever they showed up in chat because I felt like I had sisters with me, and it's the same thing, like, Heidi's a lot like that, and I miss Mimsy. Mimsy was the softer side of Sears, like, she was the softer side of my little sister group, and I really hope somebody is able to talk to her and tell me that she's okay, because she was super sick, and I know her brother would never reach out and say, "Hey, she's gone," or whatever. He wouldn't care enough about anybody but himself. But, I mean, I miss my Mimsy. I do. I miss her. Um, I'm Henry the fucking A. This is the society your men built for you. It's true. True. Good day, good sir or my lady. If that greeting offended you in the same way, my apologies. If in some way, I apologize if it did. No? Why would that offend me? First of all, it's really, really hard to offend me. I'm gonna tell you from now. It's really hard to offend me. I'm more offensive than ever being offended. So, but no, it's true. This is the society that the men built for us. Yep, and it's the society that feminists went and created for themselves as well. All of this, it's dependent on both. It's dependent on the men that gave in, it, from my point of view, and the women who thought that, oh, I'm strong, I'm independent, I could do anything, which you can, but I don't need a man to raise a family. Bullshit. We've all done it. Like many of us have done it. That don't make it the optimal fucking environment. Like it's harder. My son asked me one day, he was like, "Are you a feminist?" I was like, "Oh, no." He was like, "Why not?" He was like, "I'm not." He was like, "I don't like feminists." He was like, "I think they're stupid." He was like, "But why aren't you a feminist?" He was like, "'Cause you do everything, like, on your own." He was like, "You're always going around, I don't fucking need anybody." I said, "I say that because I don't have anybody that can do what I do." Like, if I have somebody step up and they're gonna do something, it's gonna take 3 times the amount of time that it would take me to do it, fuck it, I'll do it myself. I was like, "But feminist? No, I'm not a feminist." He was like, "Well, why?" I said, "Because feminism killed my dream. I was raised to be a wife and mother. I only ever wanted to be a wife and mother. I wanted to be the heart of the family. I wanted to build the home. I wanted to create a space where everybody could come home, be loved, be safe, be proud, and thrive. That's what I wanted. I wanted to have a husband that he went and he provided, and I could lean on him. He could lean on me, but we were partners. That's what I wanted. Instead, I got pushed out of my house. I got pushed into college when I didn't want to fucking go. I got told, no, you have too much potential. You're too smart. You need to go have a career. Blah, blah, blah. Marriage will come later. Blah, blah, blah. You don't need that. Then I went and I got pregnant, but I had no man because I was told, "You're free. You should just do whatever you want. Experiment. Be free with yourself. Live it all. Like experience it all. You got to get it all in before, because it time goes by so fast and pretty soon you're not going to be young anymore." Yeah, and all those things that I went and experimented with got me in trouble in so many different ways. So many different ways. And they isolated me too from my dreams of what I wanted and kept pushing me further and further and further away. That's what feminism did to me. It convinced me that I could do everything on my own. And then when push came to shove, I had no choice but to do it on my own. And it was hard. It was a lot harder than it would have been to just be home and do the same damn things, but without the job and the worry of being the only income and the only provider for an entire family. And yet, everything that I had to do as a mother and as a wife, basically like household stuff, I had to do anyway. But now I had a full-time job on top of it. And I had, student loans. And I had the burden of keeping this family above water and in the black, you know, so that we're not in debt. We're not going to, lose our apartment. We're not going to go hungry. Like all that was on me. And I blamed the whole feminist mentality for it because that wasn't what I wanted. But it's what they told me I should go for. And of course, I'm a people pleaser. That's what I did. Everybody wanted to be independent, be this. You don't need this. You don't need no man. All right, I don't need no man. So I wound up dating men that didn't intimidate me, that were no match for me, and could never, ever, ever take the lead over me. I wound up with a bunch of little baby pussy bitches who wouldn't pull their weight, who wouldn't do their job, who would never have protected me if push came to shove. And I wound up being the man in every fucking relationship I had. And that wasn't what I wanted. But I was told, you're a woman, you could do anything. And so I just kind of trudged along and just went with the program. I leaned into all my masculine energy because I had to be the mother and the father to the best of my ability. Did I achieve it? No. I missed by miles. But I did my very best with what I had going at the time. I've always given my kids my very best. Is my very best worth a whole lot? Maybe not. They turned out all right though. They're still alive. I both of them made it to 18, so woohoo me. We never got evicted, never had to live in the car. I lived in the car when I was pregnant with Katie, but not after she was born. But like I did it, but I shouldn't have had to. I really shouldn't have had to. Because that wasn't what I wanted out of life. But apparently what I wanted and what everybody else thought I deserved were two completely different things. So yeah, no, it's really hard to offend me. And no, I believe Sarah was right. Uh Lady Awesome said, I came to the realization that money is energy, and I'm giving my energy by giving a reading. That's true. So I take money now. My apologies, that was confusing. It's an exchange. I feel better not charging, so I take donations. No, I totally get that. I totally get that, honey. I do. And you have every right to do that. You do. I like I've told you the whole thing with like Zakia that she made up a whole menu to go outside the classroom door. I have this weird thing of giving people my time and attention for nothing. Like for no exchange of anything. Like no exchange of energy, money, nothing. And that's how I wind up depleted. That's why I wind up sometimes where I'm like, I got to take a week off because I physically get sick because I'm so run down from giving, and not getting. So at least you know that your energy is worth something. So good for you because it took me a long time to realize that my time is worth something. I don't pursue it. Knowing it and like using it to your advantage, or at least like not to your advantage. That's a wrong way to put it. Knowing it and implementing it are two different things. I know it, I just can't follow through with it. Shocking people is so entertaining. Oh, I love it. I do love to shock people. It's just my friends don't get shocked by me because they're just used to the unexpected. They expect the unexpected. The only way I shock them is if I don't do what they think I'm gonna do. My son hates that when he says something and it's just and I hear it. I hear the anticipation when he ends his sentence, and I'm like, "No, I'm not gonna swing at that one. That was a shitty throw." And he's just like, "Really? You're not gonna say anything? Like, I fully expected you to say something." I'm like, "You're throwing softballs at me over here. No. Mm-mm." T3, thanks for your insights. Girl, that's all I'm here for. What else do I have to give you guys other than crying, laughter, insights, and just general just debauchery? I'm Henry the fucking eighth. The only person I know that says Fook is Shenny. Uh, I've reached a conundrum traveling these distant lands. We drove those crazy pilgrims from our land, and now this young lady lives off what they did, but they would have burnt her alive. A conundrum. Okay, you know a witch? I mean, I'm a little confused. Full drinking, half thinking. What's up? Sending love, mama. Thank you for the support. Yeah, I'm sorry, but what he said last night, I see, guys, you don't know. Full drinking, half thinking at a show last night. And as usual, I was sitting there like I'm listening to Winning in one ear, him in the other. And I caught a comment that his streaming partner, his work husband, had said about him, and it was really sweet. It was really sweet. Like um, he gave him props, and it was really nice. And I usually don't say anything, in chat because like I'm in Winnings chat, I'm talking there, so it's hard for me to maintain like all the different chats. So I just stay in one where I talk, and then I just listen or I watch the others. And I said, "Oh, that was really sweet." This was like he really like stopped talking. He was just like it's almost like a verbal hiccup. He was like, "Oh shit, there's Shelly." Like that's D3 and a half in a badass Jersey Hoboken self. It was funny. But yeah, I didn't want to let that go without saying something because that was really nice what he said. He was really when I see somebody being that grateful or that appreciative, it's worth noting. It is worth saying something to them. Uh, oh my goodness. Alrighty. Here we go. This is for you, Trin. Thank you for the super chat. Full drinking, half thinking, $10. Hey, mama. You blowing kisses, mama. You so sweet. you Hoboken hooligan. Am I a Hoboken hooligan? Yes, I am. Through and through. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. $10 and your support. Um, he's saying hi to Wolfie and all them. Yeah, no, it was really sweet. That's why I wanted to say something because I feel bad when people say nice things to other people and like they're on stream and nobody in chat is saying anything and they're not getting any kind of like acknowledgement or like positive reinforcement. That's when the teacher in me is like, "Good job. That was really nice. You made a really good decision." It's funny because I do treat a lot of people like I treated my kindergarten kids. Like it's just I don't know, I like to, encourage you. Like and he he doesn't seem like the type that gets so sentimental or so like down in the weeds like that, like with everybody watching. And I wanted him to realize that that was really sweet. Like and it did. It made me super happy to hear somebody being, that nice to you and to appreciate your efforts. So anyway, just want to say that. Heidi said, at toy. Keeping people around regarding keeping people around or sidelines. If they're toxic for you and they hold you back from improving and aren't supportive of positive change, then cut them off. Um, some need to be kept at arm's length. It's about healthy boundaries. 1 Corinthians 15, Proverbs 22:24, and Romans 16:17. Alrighty. So those are ones to look up. Which ones are those? I wanna I wanna say I know the Proverbs one, if it's the one I'm thinking of, but it probably isn't. I'll have to look them up later. Uh Heidi, you so rock. Yes, she does. Yes, she does. Lady Awesome said I was getting a headache, so I went to lie down. Then I started to eat my trail mix that I've been making, and I'm feeling better. So I'm not sure if it that I didn't have. I'm not sure if it was that I hadn't had any nuts, seeds, dried fruits. I don't know if that matters. Well, I mean, I know if I don't get a nut in every once in a while, I get a headache. But anyway, no, you probably were hungry, girl. Your body's still adjusting. You're gonna have peaks and valleys. So if you feel yourself getting a headache and you know it's not like that time or whatever, it's either you're lacking a vitamin, you need a little bit more fuel, or um, it's like a caffeine withdrawal, usually, or you're dehydrated. So if you hit on those four and the headache goes away, you should be good. I'm glad you feel better though. Henry wants to make sure that we don't take it to the fence. That's because men and women used to compliment each other and now they're in competition with each other. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't want to compete with the person that I'm with. I really don't. I've talked to Winning about like this so many times. I don't want to compete. Like I don't want to be like, well, I say and like none of that. He's the man. He is a very high value man. He's strong. He has his own mind. He's articulate. He's intelligent. He's the head. I'm the neck. I don't want to be the one making all the big decisions or whatever. Do we discuss everything? Yeah. But like I don't want to be the one calling the shots. I want him to be in charge of his life and I want to be the support for that. I want to be able to turn him in the right direction if he's looking the wrong way, I want to be able to redirect him where he's supposed to go. That's a partnership. That's a complementary relationship. I don't want to be fighting for top dog. I don't want to be top dog. Like if I'm alone, if I'm single, yeah, I'm top dog because it's just me. I'm the only dog. So I'm the only dog in the race. But if you're with somebody, like you have to be that balanced seesaw all the time. If you're constantly in competition, why? You're both going to the same place. If you have different destinations or different goals, then that's something you need to discuss. But for the most part, when you pick somebody and you're with them, your goals grow together. You're both going to the same place. Why would you compete instead of, helping each other out? I would rather be cooperative than controlling. But I'm not going to be anybody's doormat. Like there are limits, but they're not really relevant because he never like steps over those lines. Like it's a very healthy exchange. And that's lacking in a lot of relationships. A lot of them. Um Toy said, I can see that. I follow a pro-man's channel on YouTube. It's often filled with dudes bashing women. It's sad. I'm sure men bashing on women power channels. I'm sure it's I can't read. I can't read. Told you I'm super tired. I'm having a very bad brain day. I'm sure it's man bashing on women power channels, but I don't follow those. I don't like either one of them. I don't like the whole like Tate universe, and I don't like that. What the hell was her name? Pearl, whatever. I didn't like her universe. Like I don't like either one of them because the women either go extreme one way or extreme another. Like nobody chooses like a middle ground. They don't look for balance. That's what I need in my life. I constantly strive for peace and balance. That's it. Because if it's one extreme or another, I am an extreme person. I am trying to tone that down. And if anything, if I can't change being an extreme person, I can change the circumstances so that I'm landing in the middle. So it's like it's a nice balance. Like if I'm going to go extreme on one thing, I got to go extreme in the other direction to counter it. But I can't just give into one side and not the other. You know what I'm saying? Uh, but I don't like any of those. Like, cause men talk shit about women, and then the women talk shit about men, or the women are capitulating to men and, like, giving up every right they ever had, including how to breathe on their own, or the men are like, "Oh, she's the queen, and I bow down," and da like, it's always like, "Oh my god, can you just be normal?" Like, stop. She's not a goddess, she's not the devil. She's somewhere in between. You need to recognize where she's at and what you want. And that's half the problem. These people don't know what they want. They know what they think is out there. They'll go the lazy route and go, "Oh, I met this person and well, they're there." That's every relationship I ever had until I hit 50. Like every fucking one of them was just like, "Well, why were you with him?" "Oh, he was there. I didn't have to work for it. He just kind of fell in my lap." Like, I figured, why not? What the hell? That's how I wound up with the guys that I wound up with. They were there. It was easy. And I knew that I didn't need them, that I didn't want them around forever. So if it went to shit, which it would, I didn't care. And I didn't care what they thought of me. So I let the worst parts of myself just run wild. Okay, 11 in chat, only 9. Couple of you haven't done your job. Hit that like, please. Yeah. I told you today was going to be just a crap day for me. Social division sown by the establishment and the global elites divide and conquer. Yep. Yep. That's what they did. That's what they did. They robbed me of everything I ever wanted by convincing me that that's the way the world is and that's the way I should be. And any other way is an insult to women and wrong. Come to find out, no, all the shit you wanted me to do was wrong. And I should have given into my instincts and I hate to say it, but my training very early on in life. Pain migrates like coconuts. Huh? Amazing. Amazing. Does it migrate via European or African soil? It does migrate. Pain will move from place to place within your body. She's teasing you. I know, honey. But sincerely, that sucks. I'm sorry that's your experience. You know what? A lot of people have it a lot worse. Doo, 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 doo. I'm Henry VIII. I agree with good sir, milady. They created a society that brings women into a man's world, placing responsibility onto women's shoulders for the society that they built. It's weak, meek, and pathetic. What it is it's overwhelming and debilitating because nobody is going to thrive or reach their potential in that type of environment. I I feel like my children, I did the best I could, but I still feel like I did them a disservice because I couldn't give them what they deserved. I couldn't be dad no matter how much I tried. And now they're grown and I feel like I failed them. I do. I was the best mother I could be. And given my experience with mothers, we all know I did a hell of a job. But I couldn't be their dad no matter how hard I tried. And I was daddy's girl growing up. So I know what that unconditional love from a dad does for your self-esteem and for, just just your ability to reach your potential. And they didn't have that. And I do. I hate myself a little bit for that. Um, Henry said I was a king. You can say what you like within my realm equally. You are innocent because you are a woman. Okay. Well, that's nice of you to say. I'm glad you're a king. Yeah. I know I'm laughing, but one thing I was raised to believe, if the man you're with is worthy of it and he knows that you're his queen, every day of his life, he better wake up and know that he's the king of your world. It doesn't matter how the rest of the world makes him feel about himself. If he's the king of your world and you treat him that way and you make him know that, he can go back out into that world and accomplish anything. But he's got to be the king of his own castle. Otherwise, everything out there is going to destroy him. He will never conquer what's out there if he cannot rule in his own home. That's how I was raised. And until recently, I had not met a man who fit that criteria. I was good to them. I was a bitch a lot of the time, but I mean, I was still good to them because that's just me. But a king in my world? No, no. But that is the way I was raised. And it's what I believe. It's something that I believe quite profoundly. Glad you're feeling better. It was probably low natural blood sugar issue. Yep. Doo, 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 doo. Heidi, good point. Yep. Thank you. Innocent though, I'm concerned there are many women who are guilty of horrible things. I mean, everybody's guilty of horrible things, whether you want to admit it or not. We've all done shit that we like. If we look back and or somebody reminded us, you're like, I don't remember doing that. Yeah, because you put it out of your mind because you knew it was cringe as fuck. But you did it. Or we tend to like try to like soften it. No, I don't soften it. I was a bitch. I was a bitch. And compared to like how I am now, the world of difference. However, if any of them reach out to me, that bitch comes roaring back because that's all they get. They don't get They don't get to have soft me. They didn't deserve it then, they don't deserve it now. The person that I'm soft for, the person that I put my heart on the line for, that person would have to be extraordinary to get me to do that because nobody else ever has. Nobody. So, um, I don't know about the innocence, but I mean, we all do shit. We all do shit that we're not proud of. It's just a lot of people can't, not that they won't admit it, they can't. They can't see themselves making mistakes that monumental or like they can't own up to it. They can't hold themselves accountable because that would be a blow to their self-esteem and they can't take another one of those because that's already damaged. They're already overcompensating. You got to be very careful with people like that cuz those are the ones that will love on you and love on you and love on you until they get everything they want from you and then they will turn you into a demon. They will tell everybody your business. And those are the ones that stab you in the back. And they don't even think twice about it because they think they're entitled to it. And they'll never be sorry. It's one thing I'm very big on apologies. Don't apologize to me if you don't mean it because I'll know if you mean it or not. But I've had people apologize right to my face looking so sincere. And I'm like, this bitch is going to do this all over again. Sure enough. Because they're not sorry. They just want me to forgive them. They're not actually sorry. They just don't want me to be mad. That's not why you apologize to somebody. You don't apologize for the forgiveness. You apologize to express that you were wrong and that you regret it. Their ability to forgive you, that's their choice. You don't get to ask for that or, expect it or whatever. When you apologize, you don't go in there expecting the forgiveness because that's not a true apology. You go in there and you say, "Look, I did this and I'm sorry and I'm not going to do that again. I'm not going to make excuses. I understand if, you know, you feel a certain way. I just need you to know that I regret my actions and I wish I'd never done it to you." That's an apology. Going in and saying, "I'm so sorry, forgive me." No, that's for you. That's not an apology. That's selfish. I hate that shit. Heidi said, I respectfully disagree with you regarding being a woman makes any woman innocent and in need of permission to say what they like. I didn't take it that way. But then again, my interpretation skills right now are very low because I'm so tired. Y'all have no idea. Like I'm sitting here talking to you, but it feels like my leg weighs like 9,000 pounds and is like literally just wrapped in barbed wire. Like my leg hurts right now, and I don't know why. It started like maybe half an hour ago. And this is what I mean when I say it migrates. It was my shoulder. Now my shoulder feels fine because the pain in my leg is taking all my attention away from the rest and going there. And I don't know why it's doing it. It looks fine, but the pain is ridiculous. But you'd never know it. It's just sapping my energy. So this is not going to last too much longer, which means I'm not going to get to my goddamn talking points because I can't. I reached out to my important in real life friends and asked them how I could be a better friend to them. They all responded that I was a great friend and they failed me as a friend. Aw, they gave me an unhelpful answer. There's no improvement in that. That's because people will never, that people that love you don't tell you, you know, oh, I wish you wouldn't do this because they're not thinking of that because it's minutia in the day to day of everything. Like there's things you just accept about people. You might think they're a big deal. To them, they don't even remember that you did it. It's just part of who you are. Hell, it might be something that they find endearing that you think is annoying. Welcome last. I get low blood sugar headaches too when I'm multitasking and forget to eat because Heidi always multitasks and forgets to eat. Glad you have great friends and that you're a great friend to them. I'm a great friend to them when I'm around, but this tends to make me a not great friend. Mama Bear, Zebra made hackles active at the moment. Aw. Mm. Henry said, I knew you would say that. You come from the perspective of patronizing a woman and totally ignored the fact I implied men can only be the guilty ones due to their nature. I didn't get that at all, but then again, like I said, I'm tired. Interesting. Divide and conquer. Divide and concur. Concur. I concur. Uh, Henry, not me. I thought you were sweet, but some women are crazy, and I don't know. Wait, let me rethink this. Explain what you mean by innocent. I thought he meant like a purity about them, because for the most part, when I was growing up, women were kept in the dark on a lot of stuff, like a lot. That's what I took. I didn't take innocent as innocent until proven guilty. That's something completely different. Heidi said that's your assumption. I ignored your implication that men can only be guilty ones due to their nature. Just because I didn't address it, I respectfully disagree with you on all points. I'm so confused. No worries, my lady. To the first one, your apprehension is due to society. Your men built for you. Like I said, women and children are always innocent. Grimm's bar. What's the worst part about eating a vegetable? The toots? I don't know. Oh my God. Inya. I hope those two things didn't go together. What's the worst part about eating a vegetable? The wheelchair. I can't. You just agree with me, then stuttered when you realized I caught you, milady. Huh. How about how do you make a deaf person shut up? I don't know. Remove their hand. Turn out the lights. Oh no. You guys are so I'm skipping ahead. I'm so confused. I watched the video of the blind kid listening to Where's Waldo audiobook yesterday. Oh no, stop it. You wanted to do what women have done for over 4,500 years, and then the Enlightenment era happened. Yeah, well, it is what it is. Can't go back. I can only go forward. Grimm's bar. I don't need no man. Leaves her heated house with running water to get into a vehicle to drive on roads to get some bean juice created by an electric coffee. See, at least I don't do that. I'll make my own goddamn coffee. Oh, it's fucking funny, Grimmy. Yeah, women become feminine around the masculine that she trusts. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've always loved being a girl. It would just have been nice if at more times in my life I was allowed to be a woman. Like, I didn't want to be the man in the relationship. I didn't want to be the man in life, but it just didn't work out that way. Um, I don't know, from a whole life of being told that I needed to take care of myself because nobody was ever gonna. Now it feels um, like I don't deserve it. I would love for somebody to take care of me for once. I would. I would love to have that security to be able to lean on somebody like at any moment that I can trust, that I know is not going to let me fall. I would love that. Someday. I think he was probably making it funny, but it was just a 15-second video of the first part of the book. The narrator just describes each picture, I think. You know what bothers me? I feel ashamed that I want to be taken care of because it's still in my head that any woman that wants to be taken care of, that wants to take a back seat to her man, is weak and wrong. And what's the common insult? Oh, you're putting women back 100 years. All right. Even 100 years ago, they still had the right to vote. So 1919 was a thing. But I resent it. I do. I resent that I'm supposed to feel ashamed of what I want in life. And I think that's one of the reasons why I always pick these dumb beta bitch pussy men. Like all these fucking soy boys who they looked like men, but they didn't act like men. Why it was imperative for me to intimidate them to the point where they were afraid of me. Because if you're not going to be what I need and I'm supposed to I'm made to feel ashamed of what I want, then I'm going to punish everybody. Cuz you're not what I want. But you're here in front of me and you're not going away. And this is what they say I'm supposed to do. Otherwise I'm wrong and I'm just a piece of shit woman. So all right, everybody suffers. I was very liberal when handing out punishments. No pun intended, but accurate. But yeah, no, I definitely punished everybody involved because I was supposed to because I felt ashamed. I felt ashamed that I wanted to be a housewife. I wanted to be a stay-at-home mom. And somehow that made other people think I was weak, or at least that's what they convinced me would happen. And there were women who were like, "You can do it on your own. You don't fucking need nobody. Girl, what's wrong with you? I wouldn't take that shit from him. Throw him out. Throw him to the side." Like, on to the next, on to the next. I didn't want to be on to the next. I wanted to be with one person. It was it. What's fun is the idea that women never worked. They didn't work if they were upper class and then middle class in the 20s through the 90s. How feminists just wanted more bodies in the workforce. Grimsbar, I must have missed out. Most women just give me a headache. I love you, Grimmy. Grimmy always makes me laugh. 2 words, jiggle physics. Here we go. That was for Grimm's Bar with his $2 super chat. He said 2 words, jiggle physics. He wanted the boobies. Thank you, Grimmy. Thank you very much. Yeah, most women give you a headache, I'm sure. Grimmy, you realize there's a reason that I hang out with mostly men. Girls, don't be offended. Y'all are different. But there's a reason why I hang out with mostly men. Because it's just a lot less bullshit. Well, no. Actually, it's not less bullshit. It's a different kind of bullshit. There's less, like, bitching, unless there's beta boys around. Um, Not beta, more soy. But there's just as much drama with the guys. It's just a different kind of drama. And it eventually it just goes away. See, I always liked hanging out with guys because they have this uncanny ability to just go through something and you get into it, you argue, you settle it, it's squashed, it's done. Done. Just done. And then you move on. You either become like better friends or you become bitter friends or you become enemies, whatever. But either way, that thing is done. You don't have to worry about that anymore. With women, I always had the problem that they always would keep bringing shit up. Like, I was like, okay, but like, I apologize. You accepted my apology. You were wrong too. You didn't apologize to me, but yet this shit keeps coming up and it's always my fault. What the fuck? Like that, I can't. I can't. That's why I don't I can't deal with women. I can't. Like as acquaintances, as friends, okay, yeah, sure. As sisters, okay, sure. But like the whole like more than that, I can't. I don't see. I give men a lot of credit because I don't know how you put up with it, some of us sometimes. And if anybody in chat feels this applies to them, it doesn't. But I'm saying there are so many females out there that are so fucking toxic and entitled and spoiled and bratty, and I can't deal with it, and they're crazy. They're crazy. Every girl I was ever with was a fucking psycho, and that's coming from me. So it's like, ugh. I always thought I was crazy, but then I saw crazy, and I was like, "You know what? No, I'm not that bad." Like, I'm crazy at, like, a low level. I'm manageable crazy. If you keep me happy, I'm not crazy at all. Um, I love that someone else does say "fucking." I'm Henry the fucking eight, meaning you'd be a victim of the fingers that point, and the men would have acted to keep abuse, absolute power for themselves. All right. Feminism was just a way for the government to get more taxes. Why only have the men work when the women can work too and also pay the government taxes? Well, yeah, then you and he creates more jobs too because you need daycares, you need after school programs, you need before school programs. You're going to need like all different supplemental services because now the mother is no longer home. You know, that opens the door for babysitters, nannies, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, to me, it's more cost efficient to just have the one person work and have one person run everything. That seems to fit last. Yep. I knew that was coming. Nutter butter. Yep, they have to convince the woman, oh, you can do it all. Go to school, have a marriage, have kids, have a career. Lies. Newsflash, enviable. Um, enviable. Inevitably, something will suffer. Yeah, you in fact cannot do it all. No, and I was told that I could, and then I found out I couldn't. And how'd I find out? The hardest way possible, by trying to do it. Like, if you just would have warned me, maybe I wouldn't have made so many bad goddamn decisions. Thinking I'm fucking superwoman and shit. I may miss the end and have to go back. Take care. Alright, see you later. And yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up because like I said, I really need to sleep. How far behind am I? Oh, half an hour. It's not bad. I love you too, honey. You take care of yourself, okay? Have a good rest of your day. I fail when it comes to the standards of modern women, the new world taking over the old world, unfortunately. Yeah, well, there's nothing that great about the new world. Top 5 for headaches, orgasms. Okay, that would be 5 finger. That's a different kind of 5 finger discount that I was thinking. But it's not typically discussed. See, orgasms can alleviate headaches. The only thing is they stop up my nose. It's weird. I get stuffy for like 5 minutes. See, unfortunately, that's how you can tell if I'm faking it or if it's real. if at the end I can't breathe and I'm like trying to breathe through my nose and I can't, that was real. If I'm breathing and doing fine and joking and whatever, no, it wasn't real. And trust me, not one dude I have ever been with can tell the difference because they never heard the real one. So, they just think the fake one is real because it's all they've ever had. Joke's on you. I'm the devil. Hey, T Rex. I'm the devil. My phone literally calls me ruler of all things that are evil. Why would your phone call you that? What kind of phone do you have? I worry about you sometimes. I really do. Listening to you is the old world slowing transitioning into the new epoch. You sound like the female version of me. I don't know who you're talking to, if you're talking to me or them. I forgot to hit that thumb because I'm working. Duh, it's a day. Oh, Shenny, it's all right. Nevertheless, Mitch McConnell is still 100% 100 turtles in a trench coat. He really is. He really is. Uh, in the new Western world of individualism, you have to take care of the children first. I always take care of the children because they're all I got. Oh yeah, chicks who support their dudes rock, and I don't mean money. Yeah, no, you have to support your dude. If you don't believe in him, who's gonna? And if he's wrong and doing something that you know is not gonna wind up well, if you don't forewarn him, who's gonna? But I don't believe in the whole emasculating thing. Like these chicks that start fights with their man in public. What is your fucking problem? Like the ones that I mean, I'm all for banter and play fighting and whatever, but if you're smiling and like batting at one another or whatever, or like slinging things back and forth that are cute, that's one thing. But if you're gone and you're like, oh, this motherfucker doesn't do this and he doesn't do that, and I want a new car, but he doesn't have the kind of job that's gonna get me that. Why would you say that shit? Why would you break him down in front of other people? I wouldn't even do that in private. If you're with a piece of shit man, then go ahead, whatever, because you're gonna end that relationship. That's doomed to fail anyway. But if you're with the man who's given it his all and you're not 100% behind him and you demean him in front of other people or just in general, what the fuck kind of person are you? Why would he ever try harder to make things happen? Why would he ever put all of his effort in if you're not worth it? At some point, he's going to realize I can never make this bitch happy. She doesn't even respect me. Respect your goddamn man. Don't expect him to be perfect. Everybody's looking for that perfect. There's no such thing as perfection. There is no such thing. And it would be boring as fuck to begin with. I like quirks. I don't need everything to be like every little duck is in its own little row and everything is perfect. And I had to dot this I and cross this T and everything. Oh, look, this will make a great, like Christmas card photo or whatever. Like, that's what these people think of. Well, I need the really expensive this. I need the really expensive that. This motherfucker ain't gonna get it for me. I'll get it myself. I'll get a new man. I'll do this. That's so shallow and so materialistic. If you love somebody, you love them. No matter what comes with that, whatever they try, you support. Whatever, they need, you give. And it's going to be returned to you the same way, just in their way of doing it. We go into so many relationships where we expect the person to give back exactly what we give them. That's not their language. People give things in their own love language. Maybe your love language is one thing, maybe theirs is another. The important thing is to recognize what those love languages are so that you can see when they're making an effort that, you weren't expecting. So it doesn't just pass you by. That something they're doing has more meaning than you think it does. It gets on my nerve. I hate those women that are like, this motherfucker. Oh, you know what he did? Da, 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 da. Like, you're still with him. He's literally right there, and you want him to go home with you? You want him to like break his back for you? Because you are not the kind of woman that a man goes to war for. You're just not. Yeah, and it bothers me. It really bothers me. I turned into that woman because they weren't men that I was willing to sit home and wait throughout the war for. Put it that way. They weren't worth waiting for. They weren't worth getting out of bed for, to be honest. A man has to prove to a woman that he's worthy to be her provider, protector, because of what she brings him. A woman should bring her man love, comfort, and peace. Everything in the world is out to destroy men. The one place they should be able to go where they are safe and there's harmony and they can find happiness is home with their family. All these men, I gotta go out with my boys, I gotta go do this, they're escaping because what they need isn't in the house. When women were home, men stayed home a lot more. They had more family time because what they wanted was right there. They weren't searching for anything else. Now they're always out searching, looking for this, looking for that. You gotta take the good times and the hard times. I hate that they're like, "Oh, well, he promised me all that." Well, you're not there yet. Well, I want it now. That life don't work that way, princess. It just don't. You gotta put in the same kind of work that he does. It might not be the same exact type, but the same level of effort. Yeah, you're responsible for that. That's where the equality comes in. You both have to put the effort in. I don't like it when they just, "Oh, gimme, 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 gimme." No, 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 no. I love when a man loves his chick and his chick supports, respects, and appreciates him. Absolutely. Women are naturally soft, but the most timid of women will change in an instant when her young might be in danger. Oh, yeah. Can't say that for men, unfortunately. Men are usually just always protective, like good men. I'm not talking about the pieces of shit that are out there. Like a real man will always be ready to protect what's his. Always. Um, are you a Christian, milady? I ask because you're speaking like a Christian who hasn't been corrupted by scriptures. Who hasn't been corrupted by scriptures? I don't know about that. I'm absolutely exhausted and very much over my job. Silliness is a fact, is afoot. I thought it said is a fact. Oh my God. Such a bad day today. This is like such a shit stream for me. I mean, I'm loving it. I love hanging out with you guys, but oh my God. I just want to sleep. Yeah, same, same. Sleep and hydrate. I said innocent because men built countries and now think of the worst act a man or group of men can do. That's where my perspective lies. I apologize for that as it is an old world mentality. You don't have to apologize for anything in here. We don't really apologize often. It's very hard to offend most of us, and we just have very open dialogue here. It's fine. Uh, Heidi said, T Rex, get some rest. That's it. She told you, go to bed. Clarify being taken care of or explain more, please. You explained it. There you go. Oh my God, you're still going. I'm almost done with errands. I know, I know. So you're not selfish. It's that dynamic of your relationship. Okay. Henry the fucking eighth. Because they're the only ones who get the opportunity for women to have an emotional connection with a female emotion that it was from a male, so you have to accept that now, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't like the whole soft men thing. I don't. Like, my man should be able to be soft with me, but I should be the one who's privy to it. That's not something that he just spreads out among the masses. Like, that's for me. He gets to leave all his pain and like problems with me the same way I would leave mine with him. Um, I'm behind, but I'm sure I'll be ahead of you when you get this. Probably. I'm only 15 minutes behind. I'm catching up because I've got to end this. Everything's going haywire. I'm not good at handling these silly situations with mechanics after being awake for 15 plus hours. I feel I'm in the middle of something. Can you just drive to our shop? Oh, Lord. Nothing wrong with being a stay at home mom, women taking care of the household, wanted to be cared for and respected. I'm traditional when it comes to relationships, 100% effort and love and respect coming from both sides. Yeah, but see, I was raised traditional and then told by every fucking body not to be that way. That I was putting women back, that I was taking a step back, that I had too much potential. I was too smart. I was too much of a go getter. Like, you could do so much with your life. I never wanted to go out and become a scientist or whatever. My highest aspiration was to be a teacher at some point, but I wanted to be a wife and a mother. That's all I wanted. That's all I wanted. But no. And then when I did become a wife, it was more like I was the fucking husband. And he always had a headache. No company doesn't want me to drive because they're afraid the airline might pop off while driving. Nice. I get super emotional and have poor judgment when I'm this tired. You can't, I mean, where are you? Can you just pull over and go to sleep for a little bit? What? Ugh, that's annoying, honey. Go to sleep. That's how women climb their social hierarchy through ganging up together and putting their own sex down. Think high school, men manipulate and beat the shit out of each other to do the same. I'm sorry, but a fist fight is a hell of a lot cleaner than what girls do. And it's a lot less damaging. God, everybody I've ever gotten into a fist fight with, I wound up friends with. Guys have major drama, but it comes to a head in a fist fight, and then they're really good friends after. They beat each other's ass, and then they'll go and have 2 beers, one for the black eye and one for the drink. Yep. Uh, Last said, "That's the point, Shelley. Most women will fail at doing it all, and then the feeling like shit, and they want you to feel like shit. Spend more time, spend more, work more, repeat." Yeah, and that's what I did. Retail therapy and overtime because I have to be able to pay for all this stuff. I told Siri to call me ruler of all things that are evil. Oh, gee. Agreed 100%. T3 about emasculation. Dead wrong towards good men. Absolutely. Absolutely. Women used to control their men through a certain look only he knew, and he would think to himself, he's probably pushing the limit. I still have that look. I have a tone. Okay. When I go quiet, everybody's like, ooh. But no, they know. Doo, 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 doo. And a child, 2 making the 3, nature's unexplainable magic number. It's cute. Doo, doo, doo. Some women do that, gang up on each other to climb the ladder of sorts, but not all women are like that. To generalize is to incorrectly stereotype. True. Like I said, nobody that I'm talking about here, but mainly like the women that I've worked with or dated. You keep apologizing for men, milady. Who does? Lurking on the bicycle 357. What's up, honey? How are you? In the backwoods. Nice. I'm listening in, y'all. Howdy, everybody. No text and bike. Possible attack by white-tailed deer. Shoot it. Eat it. God, I can't wait for this one to go fucking hunting and get a goddamn deer. He's got my tongue hanging out waiting for this damn deer. Like, go hunting. So if we don't generalize, then what is life exactly? It is cause and effect chaos theory or determinism. And a new. Standing on their own at the same time. I never saw it as women controlling their men. I saw it as the man is the head while the woman is the neck and has him move in the way she wants. That's right. See, you and me agree. We agree. Listen, it's a lot easier to get a man to do something you want him to do if you're nice to him. I'm not saying be fake nice, but if you treat him well, a good man's natural instinct is to take care of you and make you happy. That's just how it is. Like, if you're a miserable bitch, they're not thinking about how to make you happy. They're thinking of, "Oh my god, what can I do to make her go away for a little while?" Like, that's what they're thinking. If they're happy with you, they want to be with you. They want to spend time with you. It doesn't matter what's going on. It doesn't have to be exciting. But if you make them unhappy, they're going to be like, "Oh, you know what? I forgot. I got something to do." They're going to make an excuse to get the fuck out, at least for a little while, just to get some peace and quiet. Uh, they want you to think buying things will make you happy. I mean, I do love buying things. Let's face it, I do. Captain, 65 degrees here too. I run cold, so I'm freezing. Girl, I am so cold right now. Like my toes are frozen because I have the whatchamacallit. I have the socks on, but they're very breathable. They're not keeping my feet warm at all. My toes are like ice. I did also say manipulation and not just beating the shit out of each other. Think the further the chairman, the hundreds of millions of debts due to men manipulate a hierarchy for absolute power. Wow, you're going deep. Doo, 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 doo. Les said you didn't have to make him do anything if he's doing it already. Yeah, that's true. Some men don't know though. So like some men don't have that experience or they've been misused in their past, so they don't know like what you expect or what you would like. They have to learn it. And that's the thing that a lot of men I think they forget. Not all women are the same. Every woman is different. You got to learn the one that you're interested in. Once you learn about her, you could determine if she's a keeper or if she's throwing something to throw away, something for right now, you know, and then you'll figure out what she needs to keep her happy. It's not about what you want. It's about what you need. Wants don't really make you happy. That's a temporary fix for a bigger problem. But when you need something and they provide that, everything else just kind of falls into place. Uh yes, that's that Addison. I really like the private practice, but oh, she was hot. She was. She was hot, but she was a pain in the ass. And again, another woman who's just like, I could do whatever you could do. Ma, 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 ma. She could cheat on her husband and then be like, oh, forgive me. No, 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 no. Anyway, I am all caught up in chat. So he asked me a question. And I had this thing that Grok gave me. So I'm going to read it real quick. Self isolation or isolation can be as addictive as any other vice due to several psychological and social factors which parallel the mechanisms of substance addiction. That's why I found this super interesting because it provides you with an escape from social stress. It provides, meaning like, like substances, self isolation can be a way to avoid um, different scenarios and social interactions and stuff like that. So, like, people find that being by themselves is often a consolation. It's a comforting space for them. So it's their escape, and they run to it more and more often as life stresses them out. There's neurological rewards. Isolation can trigger feelings of calm and peace, which can be neurologically rewarding. The brain begins to associate solitude with positive feelings and creates a cycle where one seeks out the isolation to re-experience the positive feelings. And you just keep going off the thing, you keep chasing that thing that makes you feel better. And if the isolation makes you feel better, you're going to keep doing it again and again and again. And each time you need it, you're going to need a bigger dose of it. Because you can develop a tolerance to it. There's the avoidance of negative emotions. Like you might use drugs to numb your emotional pain. Self-isolation. Isolation can also work to deaden what you're feeling. It can make you go from fear, anxiety, or rage into more of an apathetic, numb existence. And over time, avoiding all those interactions becomes your coping mechanism. It becomes your default. So it's almost like the avoidant behavior that you see in people that have addictions. There's cycles of loneliness and addiction. There's a noted connection where loneliness can lead to increased substance abuse. Substance abuse can further isolate an individual, creating a vicious cycle. So the cycle can make isolation itself addictive. And as the more isolated you become, the more appealing it might be to continue isolating to avoid the discomfort or the complexities of going back into social life, of reintegrating, basically. Um, Habituation and tolerance. Similar to addiction, where one might need more of a substance to achieve the same effect due to tolerance, individuals increase their time spent in isolation to maintain their same level of comfort and escape. The more life demands of you, the more isolation time you need because it's not going to be a quick fix. There's the loss of social skills. Isolation, especially prolonged isolation, can diminish one's social skills, making real world interactions more intimidating and less rewarding. That further pushes you into having a preference for staying by yourself because there's less pressure, there's less expectation, there's less of a need to perform for anybody but yourself. Um, this mirrors how addiction can degrade one's ability to handle life's responsibilities and rob them of pleasures without this substance um, taking part in it. There's comfort in routine. The predictability and control that you have in isolation can become comforting. It becomes your routine, and it can make a person step. It can make a person who has to come back into society, back into a social kind of setting. It can make them feel chaotic, anxious, even panicked. And it can create a world where now everything is unpredictable because they've forgotten how it was and they've gotten used to the very controlled atmosphere that they're by themselves in. Like that they're in by themselves, I should have said. Um, and all right, so ending isolation and re-engaging can present numerous perils and hardships. There's psychological barriers, tons of stress. There's For psychological barriers, you can have a fear of rejection because you've been away from people for so long. You feel that you've changed. You don't know what kind of reaction they're going to have to the person you are now. They might not see a difference, but in your mind, you've been in your own head for so long without anybody else's input that you're the only one that's in there. So you can convince yourself, I'm different. They're going to notice. They're not going to like again, your social skills decay. There's increased sensitivity to sensory input. This was one I didn't expect, but that I experienced. You go from being quiet and sedate and alone with no stimuli. As soon as you open that door, it's noise, smell, people, sound. A it's a maelstrom of sensory data that you have been deprived of for so long, and it's overwhelming usually. And your body doesn't remember right away how to sift through the threats to actually see this is normal, this is normal, this is normal, this is the red flag. Like, it doesn't remember how to do that, so it becomes overwhelmed that it kind of wants to shut down. There's emotional challenges, emotional overload, the emotional toll of reconnecting with others after isolation includes dealing with rushes of feelings from joy to anxiety to sadness, from missing out on the past, and a general kind of panic about the present and a lack of hope for the future because of how you feel in that moment. Um, the emotional intensity of the experiences can be extremely exhausting, especially when you spent so much time alone. Uh, there's the loneliness loop. The longer one has been isolated, the more difficult it can become to break the cycle. Loneliness leads to further withdrawal, making social reintegration even more daunting. It's like when you're by yourself and you're like, I feel so alone, but I don't want to reach out because I don't want to admit I'm alone. So I'm not gonna talk to anybody because I don't want anybody thinking, you know, like any of this stuff about me. I don't want them thinking that I'm lonely. So I'm just gonna stay away from everybody so they don't see me in this mood. And so all you're doing is making yourself more lonely. Social and practical difficulties, reestablishing connections, adjustment to social norms, and stigma and misunderstanding. There can be a societal expectation to be socially active, and those who have isolated may face judgment or misunderstanding from peers who might not recognize the complexities of the reintegration. So you stayed home, and everybody's like, oh, well, this happened. You weren't around. You were the one being stupid, staying home. I heard that many times. You're the one that's home because you're afraid of a freaking virus or whatever. Like, I'm already mentally like gone, and just putting that kind of bullshit on me didn't help. So I could totally see where that comes in. And then just the stress of socializing. You have cognitive stress, which requires, because socializing, you have to think. You have to like be able to engage. You have to pay attention to other people. You have to be able to have a back and forth. You have to pick up on social cues. You have to read the room. You have to like absorb tone and adjust. That takes a lot, especially if you've been locked up by yourself for like months or a year. You've only ever had to deal with yourself. You know how you're feeling all the time. You know what you're thinking all the time. And then you get thrust into this like scenario where you're surrounded by people again. And now you have to like be a mind reader again. Because to an extent, we all have to read other people's minds. You either read their mind, their body language, their tone, whatever. It's always an assessment. There's the physical stress because a lot of people go from being sedentary to, oh, now you got to go do stairs again. You haven't walked a flight of stairs in a year. Your legs haven't done it in a year. It's, oh, I have to walk. Oh, we're going on a trip. We're walking. You've been sitting on your ass on a couch for a year. It can be physically fucking daunting. And then anxiety and panic. Do you know that most people's anxiety grows in their isolation, in their loneliness? Because you grow your anxieties in your head. It's your brain processing everything that goes through your head, but you don't have the outside stimuli to distract the rest of you. So all you do is overthink because the only voice you're hearing is the voice in your head or the thoughts in your head. And those get together. And because you're paying attention to them, you start to think, oh, well, yeah, this makes sense. Oh, I wasn't aware of this. Now I'm aware of this, and I'm aware of this, and I'm aware of it. And the anxiety rises and rises and rises. You literally can make yourself have a panic attack for nothing just by overthinking. Nothing has happened. No circumstances have changed, but you hit on a trigger that you've created in your own mind because you have no outside stimuli like competing for its attention, and you go wonky. You give yourself an anxiety disorder just because you stayed home by yourself. Like, it's easier to give yourself anxiety in isolation than to experience anxiety among crowds of people. The things your head can come up with, your head can come up with 100 things that would drive you absolutely insane in a matter of moments. But society doesn't work at that speed, and they don't have the inside track in your brain. So being among other people when everybody's like, "Oh, I didn't want to go out, but you know what? I felt better." There wasn't some monumental task that they went and did, some great event that made them perfect. No, they went out and they got other stimuli. And that voice that was giving them anxiety and depression in their brain, it gets quieted down a bit because there's other noise in there now. So their sole focus isn't there, it's all around. So it's a more even distribution. And the more you do that, the less power that isolation voice has. And that's why when they say go out, touch grass, it has nothing to do with the grass. It has to do with get your hands on something that's going to distract you for a minute so that you embrace the world. Like get out of your head. That's all that is get out of your head for a little bit. Don't think, just feel the grass. Feel the grass. That's like, if you're cuddling with somebody, don't worry about, oh, are they comfortable? Just relax back and just chill. Don't worry about, oh, I got to get up and do this. I got to do that. I wonder if I don't want to watch this thing. I wonder if he wants to watch this thing. Just settle down and just absorb somebody else's energy. Feel them. Feel like the heat of them. You know, take in their scent. Like let it comfort you. Let it push all those weird thoughts out of your head and distract you so that oh, look, there's other things than this thing that I've been obsessing about. So that's what I had to say about isolation. So where am I at? 3:30. There we go. Private practice. There we go. All right. I think I'm where I'm supposed to be. T-Rex, to quote Joe Biden, why? Poor kids taste just as good as white kids. I think that's right. I hate you. That is not what he said. He said poor kids are just as smart as white kids. Unexpressed expectations are unrealized expectations, and it's unrealistic to think they can be fulfilled. I can't talk. Oh my God, what is wrong with me? Fulfilled by mind reading. Okay. Agreed. I'm so off my game today. I'm sorry, guys. Henry said you can place the dynamics of the male high school hierarchy onto anything, no matter how great it may be. The answers to all evil in the world lies in the most innocent form, the playground. Well, I always hated the playground. I sometimes come up with good ones. You're good, Heidi. You're good. All these fancy ways of putting things remind me of 1776 and lock. Okay. I'm more common sense, but whatever. I appreciate these insights. Thank you. You're welcome, honey. I don't know how much insight. I'm just giving an opinion. T3, thank you for streaming. Even though you're not feeling up to snuff, please take care of you and don't overdo. No, I'm gonna end it. I just wanted to cover that. I hate not covering at least what I say I'm gonna cover. Because I started with the whole isolation thing, so and Toy had asked me a question I really wanted to answer. That there are perils. There are a lot of perils to isolation. I mean, you think about why they use isolation as a punishment in jail. Because you're completely cut off. You have no joy. You have everything you have that you feel you have to provide yourself. You can't prey on somebody else. You can't play with anybody else. You can't observe anybody else. It's just you. It's you stuck with your personality, your thoughts, your aches, your pains, your wants, and no way to make a damn dent in any of it. You can't satisfy one thing. Well, there's one thing, but most won't. That's not what they want. Their hand isn't exactly what they want. They want to be with somebody else. But for the most part, isolation is a total deprivation of your everyday wants and needs. And it will drive you crazy. It will drive you crazy. I feel a lot of people have in my life have been talking about addiction lately. I don't know. The only things I'm addicted to currently is caffeine and nicotine and sugar. Maybe it's God or the universe. I mean, maybe. Uh, it's confusion. That's what it is. Confuse shall say. And it's orchestrated and intentional. Divide and concur. Now, see, you keep saying divide and concur. Do you mean divide and concur as in I agree? Or divide and conquer as in to win or overcome? Because those are two different words. And what you're saying is divide and agree, like go along. So, what are you going to divide and conform? I'm not trying to be like a grammar Nazi or nothing, but those two words are very different and they're spelled different. That's why I would like clarification, please. They only care for how they use you as a pawn in their evil game of chess. Yeah. Focused on the external things to be anxious about. Yeah. Let's tell you something. There's a lot less external things that'll stress you out than there are internal thoughts, demons, and um, intentions, I guess you could say. Because your worst enemy is you. Nobody else can break you down like you can. Nobody else can lift you up like you can. Nobody else will understand you like you can. Nobody else will ever know you like you can. And yet we we torture ourselves with that knowledge. When was the last time that you were kind to yourself? You said that you went to your friends and asked about how you could improve. That right there tells me that you think that there's something you're not doing correctly or not doing to the best of your ability. I don't think that's a thought they put in your head. I think that's a thought you put in your head. Since they seem to be fine with you and think you're amazing. So that's what I say when I mean like when we're stuck inside our heads, the most damage can get done because we are our own worst enemy. It's very difficult for some people, most people actually, to be kind to themselves. You get the weird, like the egotistical ones that it looks like they're being kind to themselves, but really they're just keeping their ego pumped up to the level that they're comfortable with. And that requires a lot of effort. So they have to put some effort into it too. But I'm talking about just your normal, average, everyday person. The expectations you hold yourself to, the standards you hold yourself to, are always going to be higher than what other people hold you to. But you just don't let other people know that. And then if you don't reach them, which most of the time you won't, because we tend to set impossible goals for ourselves and not for others, then you beat yourself up about it. And that's when you start looking outward for ways to improve because internally you already decided that you need to be improved. You already found fault with yourself. It's one thing to be like, I just want to be better every day. That's great. That's a great mindset. But to be like, you know what? Tell me what I can do to be better. That, first of all, you're handing away your own personal power. Don't do that. And Two, you're broadcasting the fact that you think that something is just not up to snuff. It's not up to your standards. And the only person setting those standards is you. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, don't be too hard on yourself. And then you become China when the boat comes down hard. And the sad thing is, you'll thank them for it because of the constant violence and confusion. Okay. In my opinion, addiction comes in many forms, not just what's considered standard addictions. That's true. It could be situational addiction to drama. Yes. Addiction to emotional, physical. Yep. That's just me. No, it's true. It is absolutely true. You get addicted to positive or negative reinforcements. Like, if you don't get positive attention and you get a load of negative attention and all you want is attention, you're going to go for the one that's easier. That's going to become a habit. You become addicted to the attention and you just keep getting worse and worse and worse and worse until you're joyful every time you do something truly evil because everybody's looking at you. Like, you're now in the spotlight. It morphs. It can really like degrade and morph and just become like this deformed version of what you had before. It's crazy. Beg to differ. Going and touching grass is earth that has energy. That's true, but there are other aspects, lady. It's one of those things to get you out of your head. You have to be able to interact with something. Interacting with the earth is a thing. Uh, you need to sleep, Teeth. I know my voice is shot too. I've seen plenty of people addicted to unhealthy relationships, eating when they're sad, so on and so forth. Oh shit, I'm a minute behind. I don't know how that happened. Kitty cat. Hi everyone. Sorry I missed most of the show. It's all right. I've just been bullshitting and falling over my own words because apparently I can't read, speak, think today. I had to take my son to the doc. Hope he's okay. Hope everything went well. Clean bill of health. Yeah, just had to pick up some custom made insoles. Nice. I remember those days. Someone here knows why concur and not conquer. I mean, I get it. I just want to know which one you intended because some people don't know the difference. I heard someone say a whole back that anxiety is fire alarms going off in your head, and a lot of times they're not real threats. There's a good book on it. Oh, redefining anxiety. What isn't your what? I could have just left it as redefining anxiety. I like that. Thank you for that. I'm gonna look that one up. I think I'm a raspberries friend. All right. Most have anxiety that isn't anxiety at all. It's a generation of schools telling kids that what they're feeling is anxiety when it's really anticipation and excitement. There is that too. These kids don't understand that it's okay to participate in something and not get a trophy for it. They think every single effort they make, there's a reward, and there's not. Sometimes you have to put forth all the effort. You have to like really jump in, put your whole self. You can't half-ass it. If you're gonna half-ass, you're not gonna win. And then they see that as a failure. No, that's an experience. That- I hate the way schools are now. I really do. It's turned them all into little victims. Uh, let's have a fucking laugh. Anyone want to learn how to speak Scusi? Scusi? Like, what? All right. Well, you guys do that. I'm speeding through, but since they've changed the definition so much, no wonder everyone has anxiety. Yeah. For me, anxiety is when I'm at the point where I'm about to have a panic attack because I literally my brain cannot latch on to what I have to do. I was being lazy. I don't want to do what are my standards. If I ask them how they want me to show up, I can either attempt to be that friend for them or they require less in my weird and my laziness. I get that. I totally understand that. You're like, oh, this is the expectation level, and I've been going up here, and your level is down here for me. Oh, fuck it. Like, why have I been putting in so much effort? Now that everybody has anxiety, PTSD, ADHD, autism, I think a lot of stuff is overdiagnosed. I agree. And it's because people are not active in their lives. They have way too much time to get lost in their own heads and have a little pity party all the time. And the overuse of gaslighting and narcissists drives me bananas. Well, I mean, if somebody's met an actual narcissist and been at the receiving end, they know the difference. They do. They know the difference. There's a difference between being narcissistic, because that's a quality most people have, and they ignore it or they lean into it depending on how they're feeling. And then there's narcissists. And I tend to go with the classic definition of a narcissist. Somebody who literally only thinks about themselves, uses everybody else, no remorse. They act like the victim, they turn things on everybody. Like, there are people who are textbook narcissists. That's what I talk about. Ellie's eyes are open. Yes. I like participation ribbons because they participated. I mean, you used to get like a bracelet, like one of those bands or something. Those are cute, but a fucking trophy for everybody? No. It used to be when you showed up to participate in something, we called it a uniform, but it was really a t-shirt you got to keep. What was wrong with that? Not everybody is going to be a winner at the end of a game. That's why it's a game. It's competitive. Like, it drives me crazy. Scouser. Scouser. Okay. The Beatles are Scousers. Oh, okay. I did not know that. Anyway, I've been doing this for 4 hours. I was going to only do 2. I'm going to sleep, guys. I love you. Thank you so much for coming by and just hanging with me with this horrible show that I've done. But thank you for always being there for me. And remember, regardless of isolation or whatever, you're not alone. We're always around. We're always around. Candace Owens is doing him too. Without the hashtag, that's a totally different sentence. Anyway, my eyes are about to close. Thank you so much, guys, for hanging out, and I will see you in the funny papers. Mwah.
Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. 4 a.m. at a diner, stop singing, living on a
And doggone it, people like me.
I'm thinking maybe you're a Jersey girl with all those highlights in your hair. No other girl can move like you. We pump our fists, damn right it's true. And I don't care what they might say, they'll never get us anyway. So be my Jersey girl, and take a little ride with me tonight. And let's get dirty, girl. I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. The way you turn it up, turn me on, and then you take it off. Make it hot, make it loud. We'll wake the whole town. Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside.
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
Be